This Hangout on air is live. It's live, all live. Uh-oh. Okay. Hello. If you're watching now, you're probably not. I just got here. It's going to be weird for me to try to do two things at once because I'm kind of my dad always used to say I couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time. We're going to see if I can type and talk to the camera as if everything is normal. Some people can do that. I am bad at it. Look, I'm wearing glasses. I don't normally wear glasses in front of people. I do wear them at my computer because otherwise I have to sit right there. Really annoying. I don't usually wear glasses on video, but you can either see me with glasses on or you can see me going like this. I figured it's better for me and you if I wear glasses. What am I doing right now? I'm going onto Twitter to tell people, yay! Live, all live. I'm probably going to say that a lot because whenever I go blank, that's what I'll think of. This is live. Oh my God. I have a really huge face. That's what I learned by looking at myself over here. My setup is not really good for going on the video camera. I have a laptop plugged into a monitor and I have a wireless keyboard and a wireless mouse down on my tray down here. So usually I have a stack of books right here and I have my monitor here to be a little bit better for my back so that I don't end up scrunched over. That's what I find myself doing. So I've lifted it up so that if I scrunch over, I can't see anything because I'm like too low. So right now I have my monitor just over to the side so that when I look there, I'm only looking at the camera. I can't see anything on the laptop screen, but it's slightly awkward, not ideal. I know you're going to say that there's a better way, but I'm just slightly too blind to do it any other way. So this is how it is. I have to remind myself to smile. I get really serious and my boyfriend says to me, "You look terrified." I'm like, I'm not terrified. I'm just not thinking about what I'm doing with my face. Apparently, when I'm focused on something else, I look terrified. This might not be the best thing, but that's the way I roll. It's weird. This is all weird. I'll get used to it. I have 48 hours to get used to this. I have tea on the side. I'm going to be drinking tea, and I'm sure I'll be eating and other things. I'm not actually following along on any sort of comments on the chat. In fact, I don't even know where the screen is now, but I can see myself right there. Your browser does not currently recognize any of the, oh, oops, I almost swore. See, maybe I think I'm on and I'm not. This is just a test. Now I'm watching myself from just a few minutes ago. I am on. I need to be quiet now. This is not a test. This is the real thing. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay, what am I doing here? First of all, we've been running a Kickstarter since whenever it started. I want to say September 19th, but that seems like eons, decades, centuries ago now. So I'm not really sure that's when it started. But I know when it's ending, and that is around 5 p.m. British summertime on Sunday. The last time I looked, which was just a few minutes ago, we were up to 5,500 and something pounds, and 175 backers, if I'm not mistaken, which, you know, is actually kind of amazing. I have felt really, in a way, doing this Kickstarter is like what happens when I write. And if you're a writer, you'll know exactly what I mean. You're writing and it's going really well, and you're like so excited, and you feel like you're possibly the best writer in the entire world. And then you stop writing and this, you go off and do something else, and you come back and you start reading it, and you're like, it can go one of two ways. And it's utterly subjective and fairly meaningless, really. Depends on what sort of mood you're in or how everything else is going. You'll read it and you think, the mailman is putting something through the slot. It's very scary. You think, wow, this is great. I can't believe I wrote this. It doesn't even seem like I wrote it. I'm like so impressed. Wow. Or almost equally likely, oh my God, I was so wrong. This is horrible. I have no talent. I can't write. What was I thinking? I'm going to burn this. I'm going to throw my computer out the window. I am the worst writer in the entire universe. And then, a little vacillation. Well, not the worst writer, because there was that one guy. This is how my brain goes. But I know other writers do this too. And this is exactly what doing a Kickstarter is like. Wow, everyone loves me. I'm amazing. We're doing an amazing thing. Everyone recognizes how good this is. It must be really good. We're totally going to make it. And then there's a little lull. There are no pledges. You tweet, 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 tweet. Anyone? Bueller? And then you're like, oh crap. We're not going to make it. Why did I do this? I'm going to be so humiliated. I've put myself out there, and now I'm just going to go to bed and not work on this anymore. Sounds kind of insane. And it is insane. It's insane. Creation is an insane process. I'm pretty tired. I have a cold. I'm probably going to act like a lunatic because it's the only way to get through this kind of process where we're about halfway there. We have a long way to go and a short time to get there. Is that a country song? I think it is. I didn't mean for that to happen. You trap little bits of information in your mind. Anyway, at least I'm laughing. I'm going to get more tired, I'm sure. But everything is going to be fine, because at the end of 48 hours, when this is all over, I will be able to go to sleep and wake up without having to click, 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 refresh, refresh. Are there any new pledges? Are there any new pledges? Because that won't be happening anymore. Just that will be a good thing. You don't really want to know what it is like to be on this side of a Kickstarter. This is our second one. The first one, I remember being much more panicky than I was on this time, which is weird because the first time we reached our goal in 11 days, and everything after that was just on top of our goal. It was for only about half as much money. In fact, if it had been for the same amount of money, we would have made it now. We would have gone over our goal a little bit. The reason we didn't do that is because the real purpose of this is because it's not just to publish one book. And we are going to publish some books, whether we get this money or not. We just won't publish as many, and we won't be able to do as many things with them. We won't be able to properly advertise them. In the process of working toward this, working every day on getting books out, which is a several step process, from reading submissions, finding something you like, editing it, working back and forth with the author, more or less, depending on, some books need more work than others. Then once it's completely done, there are a couple of steps when it's not completely done. One is we make advanced reading copies, or advanced reader copies, they're sometimes called. And those are not necessarily fully finished and proofed. They're just mostly ready, but you need them early. And I'll talk about that later if I have time to fill and bore you with all the stuff that I've learned. So there's that. Work, make ARCs, send those out, do some more work. And then you can do a final proof and a layout. We usually don't worry too much about the layout of the ARCs because I just noticed that my screen over there is stalled, but I have to believe that it's still going where you can see me. But if it isn't, someone tell me instead of just letting me blather on endlessly. I have to read. I have to go over there to read. And then, I don't know exactly where I was, but then we do the final layout and we get a proof, and then we flip through the entire proof and look at every page and make sure nothing has gone awry. Sometimes, anyway, I don't want to go into the micro details of that, but anyway, there's a lot of work in each step, more or less work. Some things can be done in a day, some things take weeks, some things take months. So we do all that stuff. It's hours and hours of work that we would normally be paid for if we were doing it anywhere else. But right now, because of how tiny we are, we mostly don't get paid for it. Any money that we get comes at the end. So the thing is, you do hundreds of hours of work on a book that an author has spent probably months, possibly years writing. And there's all that time, all that creativity. And if it's a good enough idea and you put it together and you have this cool looking book, and then what? You put it up for sale, possibly only on Amazon. No one ever looks at it. Or if they do, it's an accident. So, it seems like, man, it should be no big deal. There are all these places to sell books. It's like a market. It's like a flea market. You walk down, you see something cool, you go, oh, cool, and you buy it. But books aren't really like that, because you can't just pick it up, flip it over, read the package, and say, wow, this is the best. This is awesome. I've needed this all my life. You can look at it and go, oh, this is interesting. But then you have like to commit 20 hours as a person who buys books to reading the book and deciding if it's any good. People don't give those 20 hours very easily right now. There are so many other things for them to do that are so much less work. Lots of people still love to read. It's a really cool thing that our brains can transport us, can convert words on a page into a film in our heads where we see the words with one part of our consciousness, but another part of our consciousness is blowing it up into like the big screen. And we're utterly in there, attached, don't want anyone to interrupt us. That is a freaking amazing thing about being a human being. There's nothing I can say that will be an overstatement of that. It is amazing. But right now, we have a lot of video things. We have TV, we have film, we can watch things on our computers. There's YouTube. There's all sorts of stuff where the turning it into video is done for us. And we can just sit there and it comes in through our eyes and it's over. There's no work required, so to speak, except stare at a screen. And reading is just that little bit more work. So books have to be really good. They can't not do that thing right away where it turns into a mental movie as opposed to just being words. If it doesn't click the mental movie switch really soon, people will stop doing it. So that's the work of finding books that do that and then carry it out throughout the whole book. That's the prerequisite for this. As much as we would like to take every book and try to make it work, some books just won't work because they don't show us the potential of clicking that mental movie switch. That's the first prerequisite. And I can say something else about it at another time. I'm just babbling now, trying to get myself comfortable in front of this camera. Poor Tim is going to have to listen to me talk for a long time. Let's drink some tea now because it will help me calm down. Tea, the life giver. I'm going to show you a book. When I was a kid, my mom used to read to me. She usually read to me because she wanted me to go to sleep at like a nap time. She stayed at home when I was little. And so I can remember every day my mom reading books to me. And sometimes she would read a book from the library. But the books I mostly remember her reading were books that we had around the house for whatever reason. I really attribute the fact that I love books and reading so much to my mom and how she read to me when I was growing up. We didn't have very much money, so we got books from the library. And once I was in school, I got books from the school library. But we had some books because my mom also has a huge number of books. She has like her whole life's worth of books at home. And she read to me from this book. I can't see what you can see, but I assume you can see this book. This book, I never realized it until a couple of years ago, she sent me this book, and I was looking through it, and I found out by the stamp that's in here. Where is the stamp? I did not make this up. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Here it is. I don't know if you could see that, but there's a stamp right there with the name of a library. It turns out it was my dad's library when he was in high school. He apparently checked this book out and never took it back. And now it's like a million years later. I don't think this book is going back to the library. And anyway, as I just discovered it, I don't have the heart to part with it. So because of that, excuse me, I have caught a cold in the past couple of days, and my nose is not going to cooperate because, of course, you're going to go up in video. Everything that could possibly go wrong will. I hope the wall doesn't fall down behind me because, okay, not everything, just one or two things. Don't exaggerate. Anyway, I love having this book with me because I'm far away from home, and this book is like a solid reminder that there's continuity in life and that books stay around for a long time. I think this book was published in, I want to say, the 1940s. I have another book over there, Peter Pan, that was published in 1911. Oh, it was published a little bit earlier. I think I have a second edition copy, but more than 100 years old now. A book I read as a kid. So my love of books is deep, long, like probably many of yours. And there's this book. This book is less than a year old. It's almost a year old. It's a lovely book. It has maps on the end papers. This is a cool thing. This cover, this dust jacket, designed by Gabor Sigas. Like, I learned about the parts of a book because of this. If you look right there, can you see that? Can you see how there's a little black band right there? There's a ribbon sewn down into the binding. I forgot to look up what that thing is called. But the printer that we use, where we will get the hardcovers of Haunted Futures printed if we get funded, has all these cool little touches that they can add to books. Very fancy. Including, we were able to get a red cloth binding for this book, which, because of what the book is, meant a lot to me. We could also get foil stamping on the front. We have foil stamping on the back spine, which matches the printing on the dust jacket. Lots of cool little details, because this book was like a thing made with love. Really, I got so excited about it that I was like, oh, we could have this and we could have that. And look what else we could have. It was fun. We could have drop caps. So we did have drop caps. Different. We have this cool little font that I found called Drop Cap 1 from a tiny font company. Slow down. Air is needed to live. Anyway, there's all this cool stuff we could do. And since we made these, I've learned a lot about publishing. I've learned a lot about books, physical books, the components, the manufacture of books. So this new anthology could be even better. it's going to have a lot of great writers in it if we can get the funds. It's not going to be cheap to make, but it will not eat up the entire amount of money that we're raising. So that's a good thing. I'm trying to pay attention to if anyone is sending me questions. If you want to send me questions, you should really want to, because it's very hard. And right now, I click on starting, and there's so I don't want to kick myself out of the Hangout that I'm already in by pressing any buttons. So it's best just not to touch anything. Therefore, we have Twitter. I am call me Salome on Twitter, call_me_Salome, SALOME on Twitter. You can come on and ask me a question. I'm planning to have some people come on here and talk to me. The problem with wearing these glasses is I have to then hold this right by my eyeballs. And for example, John Reppion, notable writer, who wrote a story for Cthulhu Lives, an anthology that was just out at the end of August that we did, that a lot of people have really liked his story. It's a good story. He is going to go on for a little while. He takes a teeny tiny break from looking after his family. And Tim Dodopoulos will be on with me at some point. Tomorrow, I have several people scheduled to come on, including, and I won't get the order right because my brain doesn't work. I keep getting distracted. See, I can't. It's true. Hi, Dad. My dad is not watching, but he would be like, yep, I knew she wouldn't be able to do it. Damien Walter, who writes a column for The Guardian, among other writings that he does. Jessica Barksdale Inklin, whose book we're publishing on Tuesday, How to Bake a Man, is going to come on for a bit. Lehman Kessler is going to come on. In fact, at some point, I'm going to have to email him because he wants to know the slots so I could slot him in. He's Ask Lovecraft. He portrays H.P. Lovecraft. And my brain is going blank. I have to stop reading that. Every time it pops up, I think it's going to be you. Yes, you right there asking me a question. So I'm trying to be attentive. Who else? Brain. I kind of want Gethin Lines, our other editor, to come on, and he said he would, but he just had a baby. I mean, he didn't, but his wife did a week ago. So they have like a tiny baby, and now I think his parents are at their house. He's off work for 2 weeks, but you know, the internet will go everywhere. So I'm waiting for him to tell me if he can, but I don't know if it will happen. And if he is on, it'll probably be for 5 minutes with the tiny baby. That could be okay. I'm sorry about my nose. Blame the nose. Blame the germs. All right. Who else? Oh, last week I was on The Ranting Idiots, a podcast with these 3 guys. I hope I don't get their names wrong. Travis, Dennis, and Craig. Hi. and also their silent partner, Hank. If you listen to that, you know that joke. If you don't, when they come on, we could talk about that. I think 2 of 3 of them will be able to come on. One of them might have to work. They're funny. They'll be entertaining. They'll be more entertaining than me talking to you. I don't know why I need my glasses. I don't have to look at anything. There's nothing to see. There's literally nothing to see. I can't see myself. I can see a little green light. I don't need these glasses to see that little green light. I only need, let's see what will happen if I take them off. I can see exactly what I could see without them. I mean, with them. Let's see what happens. We'll see if I can do without them. So those guys, and there's someone else. Look on the page. I don't know who it is. It will be a surprise to me when it happens because I can't remember. I did arrange all of these guests in like a day, and yesterday was kind of a crazy day because of events beyond my control. And I may have lost some time, which probably means that aliens picked me up and took me into space. No, that did not happen. Okay, now I feel I must put my glasses on. I just saw the pop-up window, so that means someone sent me, oh, there it is. Waves. I have no question, but hello there. I can totally see you. Hi. Okay, this is going to make me laugh a lot. Pierce Beckley, why without your glasses you're, oh. Well, can I be beautiful with my glasses too? Thank you. I don't like wearing glasses because I don't love how I look with glasses. These glasses too, because these are just like squinty little glasses that are meant to help me see, not to help me look good. I keep meaning to get some with the frames that are more flattering to my face instead of being so minute, but it does make it more challenging for me to read the screen. And because I spend so much time reading my screen as an editor, I really don't want to make it any harder for myself. Excuse me, stupid cold. I guess it's viruses. Blame the viruses. Blame the lack of tea. Okay, I heard a ping that might have been some money going into the Kickstarter. And it was. At the top of every hour, I should just announce to you. For some reason, the amount is now £5,601. It was 5,500 and something the last time I looked. Excuse me while I clear my throat. Okay. So, woohoo! Progress. That was probably really loud. I noticed about myself on the podcast the other day that somehow, I don't know if it's because of the tenor of my voice or because this microphone is a bad MF. I don't know. There was a little thing on here that sort of muffled the sound, and at some point, because I sometimes just yank this off my head and throw it aside, it got torn off not too long ago. Let's make a lot of noise with our fingers. What a good, whatever those spongy things are that go over mics. My cause of it. So we have about 5,000 £500 to raise. But I know that if we get close, like I'd say within a couple £1,000 of the end, I will be able to talk some friends into upping their pledges to cover the difference. Because if they see that they can actually get us over, they'll be more motivated to give us a bigger amount of money. I can't really exert any pressure on them now because I could say, can you give us $500 or £500? And they'll be like, well, sure, but look, you still won't be there. And I'll be like, true. And then that will be the end. So when we're close, I can have that conversation and I can say, look, you and these 3 other people all give us 500 and we'll be there. I mean, this is how fundraising works. And I'm not a huge fan of fundraising, but I'm a huge fan of what we do. And I know that I give, they say you cannot give more than 100%, but I give more of myself to this than I've ever given to anything ever, and more than I will probably ever give to anything as a work project and as a passion, something I'm devoted to. I worked in a public service job before I came here, before I studied writing. I still wrote, but I didn't have or didn't know I had a bent toward editing. I more wanted to be a writer. But I did a lot of hard work to help people. I really like to help people. And I did legal work. I helped people with the kinds of problems that you have when you don't have enough resources personally. It's very easy for people who have very low incomes to get into difficult situations that they can't get out of themselves. Aha, someone has sent me a tweet. I'll just put my glasses on to read these tweets. Hi, Tavy. Hope the cold feels better. Oh, thank you. Yes, me too. But it's very new. It just really kicked in yesterday because that's how these things go. But it should go away. I'm usually good at getting rid of them in a day or two. Pierce. I'm doing a telethon. Woohoo! Sorry, squeaky. And now I see I have another message. See, I get so excited when I have messages. Okay. Oh, hello? Hey, I wish I could. Oh, honey. Hi, Stephen Blackmore. I hope you feel better. Why is there another one? So many messages. So, well, I don't have so little time. A lot of time. Pierce Beckley just tweeted that I was basically doing a telethon, and I am. I'm doing a telethon. Help make it worth it. 176. We have another backer. Oh, yes. Let me see how this is. I like the way this is going. Up. Up is good. That's the right direction. It's like when you're playing football in American football and you get the ball, don't go the wrong way. That is not a good idea. Go the right way. Go to your own end zone. That is the way we're going. I don't really know that much about American football. I just know it's like a game with a thing that is not a round ball. It's a ball that doesn't roll well. So people have to carry it. and there are these goalposty things at the ends, and you have to get it into the zone where those goalposty things are and not the wrong zone. And also you can kick it over the goalposty things and make an extra point. Or you can make 3 points if you don't get a touchdown, if you have someone who can kick well. And that's what I know about football. So if you don't know anything about it, join a huge crowd of other people who also don't know anything about it. And if you do know something about it, pat yourself. You are a genius about football. And if you want to make fun of the fact that it's called football when it's not soccer, I can't help you with that. I didn't make that up. So now let's not talk about that anymore. I'm going back to Twitter. And there's another message. It's just in time. Someone favorited a tweet of mine. Thank you. Hi. Rage Monkey. Rage Monkey. Don't you sometimes wish your name was Rage Monkey? I mean, do you see my point? Like, then people would call you Rage. Hey, Rage. Hopefully they wouldn't call you Monkey, although it could be cute. Yeah. Let's figure out when Lehman Kessler can come on, because I told him a little bit ago that I would email him when there were good times in the schedule. And he wants to come on, and it would be awesome to have him on. So right now, I will write to him and hope okay. I know what the email address is. I don't usually write them. I write them from my work email. I think this is it, though. I believe I remember it. I'm writing to Lehman Kessler live on the air. Isn't this exciting? How could emailing someone be exciting? I don't know. That's the most exciting thing I do on most days. Email people. And if it's someone with some that I don't know who is somewhat well known by other people, it's a little bit scary. Do you know anything about the Myers-Briggs test? It's a personality test. It asks questions regarding 16 different traits, personality traits. And then it categorizes you into one of several, I don't know how many there are, different types. I suppose there are 16 types. And it is shockingly accurate, and it's really useful. I first took this test in a training when I was working in legal services. That was in the purpose of it was to help people get along better with their work colleagues, as opposed to their land under the bed colleagues. I don't colleagues. And I was stunned at how accurate it seemed to me. And it was also really useful, I found, to look at what other people's things said about them. It like cut to the quick of things that I never would have understood about people, and helped me be able to figure out, you know, what to expect from them, what they might be thinking, why they didn't get what I was talking about. And so if you know about that test, I am an ENFP, which is it's a borderline personality between being introverted and extroverted. I am basically an introverted extrovert. There is one other type that falls right in that area, and that is an INFJ, and that is an extroverted introvert. Like an introvert who also likes to be extroverted, but then comes back in. I am an extrovert out there, but I need some downtime away from people or I'll just disintegrate into dust. So doing this for me is a big challenge. We'll see what happens at the end of 48 hours. I'm going to be in a fetal position underneath the desk. You'll just see my hand like this. Hey. You'll still be able to hear my voice though, because I have these headphones. I'm going to move my face away from the camera so that I can properly blow my nose. I'll be back in 1 minute. You'll still see me. I won't be gone. Much better. Okay, now I'm typing to Lehman Kessler. What about tonight? Time zones. John Rappian is coming at 8 or 8:30. I don't remember what his tweet said. Someone has tweeted. Nothing important. And 8 o'clock here is 3 o'clock there. So if he wanted to come at 5 Eastern Standard Time, up until the point where I'm probably completely incoherent, that's probably, hey, we should make a pool about that. Everyone can bet on when Salome will become completely incoherent. What time will that happen? Give me your guesses, and the person who gets closest to it will win something. I don't know what it will be. I'll send you a red telephone box postcard. How about that? I know it's nothing big. I didn't say I would give you like a suitcase full of money. Unfortunately, I don't have a suitcase full of money, or I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now, because that would be kind of mean. Give me all your money. Flipping through the bills. No, I'm not doing that. Look, this is all I have. This is all the money I have. $2 American that I brought back from the last time I was in the States, and $2 American. That's it. That's all my money. Oh, you could have these. If you prefer these, I'll send you these $2 American, or I'll send you $1 American, and then I can send it to the 2 people who are closest. How about that? Wouldn't that be awesome? I know, it's just $2 American. Who cares? I have it there because it's useless to me here. I can't do anything with it. By the time there's the exchange, whatever you call it, the currency, you know, if you take it to a place where they give you English money for this, the thing is that there's no English paper money until you get to £5. So they just give me a coin, one pathetic little coin for these $2. I would rather keep these. They're bigger. That's the way I look at it. Those are bigger. They don't weigh as much. I can write things on them if I need to. It's going to be a long 48 hours, isn't it? Yes. The best part about doing this right now is that from time to time, I can hear Tim giggle behind me because I say something that he thinks is hilarious. Just normal things are happening. Okay, I'm not succeeding at writing an email to Lehman Kessler. Why? Because too much input. Five Eastern Standard Time is 10 British Summer Time. So I will make it until midnight because I stay up at least until midnight every night. So between 5 and 7. So maybe tonight. This is almost like my job, except I don't talk to a little green light on my laptop during my job. And thank goodness. YouTube, new activity on your video. New activity. New comment on your video. Probably someone saying, "You are weird." I know. I want to make people not watch it on there. Hello, Greg Draven. Hi. I'm terrified of YouTube comments because people on YouTube are mean sometimes, really mean. But I just have to hope for the best. And if people are too mean on there, I will figure out how to disable comments, or I'll give Tim my password and he will go and disable them. But for now, I'll just leave it because why not? I'll make Tim look at it. If it's too mean, he can just turn it off without telling me what they said. If they said, I don't know, my worst fear would be something like, you have chocolate on your teeth. Then I would be like, ah. No, that's not my worst fear. I don't know what I don't have a defined fear, just a general. I don't think there are any spiders. What? Not spiders. I mean, I might not like spiders, but it's not my fear that spiders will appear in the YouTube comments. That doesn't actually scare me very much. Thank God. Thank God there's not that to worry about. Can you hear that? Is it an airplane or helicopter? Plane. Oh. We live on the flight path to Heathrow, way up in the sky. And so we hear a lot of loud airplanes. True fact. Sometimes I can see 4 white trails outside. I'm sorry about scratching my nose. I always somehow seem to get a cold right before I have to be on a video, and I spend the entire time clawing at my face like some sort of weasel. Because weasels are the only beings on earth that claw at their own faces. I had this conversation with Tim the other day. No, it's my hair tickles me, and allergies, colds, something is always making my nose go crazy in London. That's my worst fear, basically, that I'll spend the entire time going on my nose, and then people will be like, what is wrong? My nose itches, obviously. let's talk about something else. Okay, I'm in a nice, calm, glasses-free space now. I'm going to report on this Kickstarter. It is still 5,606 pounds. We have 46 hours to go. 46 hours to raise. I would say we need to get 3,000, about 3,400 more pounds before I feel like I can go to various friends and say, look, you can make this happen. I'm sorry to have to ask you, but please help us. Please help us. No, I won't do it like that. I'll be pragmatic. Do you want to see what happens when I'm pragmatic? I need my glasses to look pragmatic. In my head, when I'm pragmatic, I have a very sophisticated sounding British accent. But since I have been around a lot of English people, I no longer have the courage to try to talk with a British accent, because when I was in America, my British accent sounded great to me. And when I came here, I suddenly realized that, no, I sounded like Dick Van Dyke. Because that's what people said. They said various things about my British accent that made me think, better not do that anymore. I'll do it for you if I get really brave, or if I resort to drinking alcohol while I'm on here. I won't do that because it would be too much. Too much. There's another tweet. Someone favorited a tweet. I'm going to tweet now because I can. Oh, there's another tweet. Manfred Mueller. Hi, Manfred Mueller. Can you see me? Please follow me. Oh. Hi, Sir Manfred. Sir Manfred. He's awesome. He's German. He tweets a lot in German. He forces me to use Google Translate to read his tweets. He's very friendly. He's very funny. He speaks English. He will sometimes tweet in English. Sometimes I feel like I need to make more of an effort to speak other languages to people online, because they make an effort to speak English so that they can communicate with us. And it is actually really kind of fun. Google Translate is good, but if you don't know anything about the language, you are very likely to write something hilarious without meaning to. So I tend to stick to languages that I know some of. And I know some German. I know some Spanish. I know some Italian. I know quite a bit of French. I know quite a bit of Arabic. I know some Turkish. And in those languages and in various Romance languages, I can kind of manipulate the messed up stuff on Google Translate and get it to be, sometimes it's just, I'm like, that's completely wrong. And then I can fix it. But something that I have no idea what it says, like sometimes I use it to translate Hebrew, because I have a friend who is a Russian-born Israeli who speaks both Russian and Hebrew. And sometimes he writes in one or the other. And the Hebrew, Google Translate does not do a good job on Hebrew. And when I have tried to write something back using Google Translate, they make fun of me. Not hard fun, but light fun. So I don't do it as often as I used to. Or I just answer in English. But often I can't even make sense of whatever was written because Google Translate just isn't good. For Gabor, who does our covers, and he's a good friend, and he's Hungarian. He lives in Budapest. Hi, Gabor, if you're watching. Hi, even if you're not. He does messages in Hungarian, and sometimes I do write back. That also seems to not quite. He kind of makes slight fun of me, but he will explain more than make fun. Like, this is why, this is that. But without context, really hard to fix it. Somehow I want to study Hungarian just a little bit. Okay, and now it's time for me to, I don't know, I need to take up juggling, don't I? Twitter. Oh, I was going to tweet. Every time I press this. Oh, someone just tweeted me about Arabic, that I know some Arabic. They said they tried to learn it and it was too hard. What is XSL? Sign language? I used to know a little bit of sign language, but now I don't know anything. I know most of the alphabet still, I guess. When I was growing up, one of my brother's friends was deaf, and my brother and his brother, and he used to go around talking to each other in sign language. And I picked up some of it. It's when you know that a language is useful to you, you're much more likely to learn it. I studied Arabic at university. I have a degree in Arabic. My undergraduate degree is in Arabic. At the time that I started studying it, I thought I wanted to become a translator for the United Nations. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Can I just get that out there? Because it is. I'm going to go over here so I can scratch it. Instead of looking like a weasel on camera, I will look like a weasel off camera. At least a little bit off camera. But then after I started studying it, I realized that the United Nations would not, I saw the application for the United Nations translator job, and they want you to have learned the language in a country where it's spoken, or to have a degree from a country where that language is spoken. So if I wanted to go and because, they don't really want you to mess up if you're translating some important diplomatic communications and you say something, I don't know. There's a lot of ways translation can go wrong. So as soon as I saw that, I knew I probably was never going to meet that. So I sort of gave that idea up. But I was already on the path to getting my degree in Arabic. So Hi, Grumpy Hawk. I know you can't see me. Grumpy Hawk is awesome. I've learned that I could call him Grumpy or Hawky or any aspect of Grumpy and Hawk. You know, probably not that guy with the mohawk. He might answer to that though, but I can't decide which I like better, Grumpy or Hawky. or Hawk? Which would I like best? I don't know. I would be weirded out by being called grumpy. People do sometimes call me grumpy, and I don't think it's a good thing. Hawk. It's different when I call him grumpy, though. It's just cute. So, yeah, he's Grumpy Hawk. Grumpy Hawk, at Grumpy Hawk. Go and follow him. He's nice. He does a podcast. I've been on his podcast twice. What can I say about him? He's a nice guy. He lives in Texas, I think. I know a lot of Americans from Twitter who I didn't come in contact with until I was in the UK. And I know a lot of English people that I met while I was in the US. The world is ultra global now. We are here to raise money for the Kickstarter. And look, we are up to 178 and we're at 5,666 pounds. That is freaking awesome. Can I say that? Yes. I was going to say flipping. They say flipping here. Is there like non-swear word? That especially, have you ever seen a show called The IT Crowd? It's a British show written by, I can never get his name right, Graham. I'm going to try to say it and screw up. Linehan. Did I say it right? Yeah. Linehan. In American. It's really funny. It's quite sweet. And there's a character on there who uses non-swearing swear words. You should check that show out if you haven't seen it before. I think British people get quite a lot of exposure to American shows, and we don't get as much exposure to British shows unless, you know, sometimes if you have access to a Canadian broadcasting, CBC, I guess, they show a lot of British shows, or sometimes PBS shows them. But I have the impression that here on British TV, they show a lot of American shows. But some of their shows are, especially comedies, are excellent. Blech. I need more liquid, obviously. Never wear lipstick. It glues your lips together. That's my take on it. Although I do a fair amount of wearing of lipstick. But in my day-to-day life, I don't really wear it. So when I do wear it, and I have to talk a lot, which is basically now, I do feel the effects of it. Lip glue. You don't want lip glue. Trust me. I feel like I should. I'm refreshing to see if anything else has happened. I'm going to look and see who this person was. I'm not going to say each person that contributed in case they don't want me to. Oh. I can see a bunch of people who weren't there before, but I can see names that I recognize, including someone called Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. I don't know if you can actually see or hear me, but thank you anyway. Thank you. I can just say the first names because no one will know. Oliver, David, Victoria, Julia, Kirsten. Those are all the people at the top of the list. If I get to the people who have only one name, if I say that name, someone might recognize it. Not that it's a secret. I think you can probably go on there and look, but I don't know. People might be trying to maintain their privacy for some reason. So I won't spill their potential secrets. Flail. Howard Lovecraft. Yay. Well, we could do it on a different day, Lehman Kessler. This is how I don't talk to you while I talk to Lehman Kessler. It really is kind of like writing to H.P. Lovecraft in email. It's like a time email, if that means anything to you. I'm trying to write this. Remember that you're there. Convert American time to English time. Try to remember where Lehman Kessler is. So when you see the vacant signs go across my eyes, that will be why. Lehman Kessler. So I'm going to be doing this until 5 p.m. on Sunday. We're all going to go insane. That's what's going to happen. 5 p.m. on Sunday will be noon on Eastern Standard Time. So that probably isn't going to work for him because some people go to church on Sunday morning. But I'll let him have that option. Trying to remember what times I have people scheduled for tomorrow. Unfortunately, I just don't have the page. Oh, I'm going to put it here. Where's the schedule page? This is when you need a guest, so that when you do this, the guest will be the one who is talking. I'm going to have to change what my setup is like. Okay, there's my schedule page. I have someone at 9 a.m. I have someone at an undisclosed time, someone at 5:30, someone at 7 p.m. Okay. Okay, things are happening. Again, this claims that we have 46 hours left. 178 backers, 5,666 pounds raised so far. Go, you guys. The thing that's a bit frustrating about this for me is that even if I wanted to, I could not contribute to it myself. Like, I see it and I'm like, damn, those people are working hard. I want to contribute to it, but I can't. I mean, it would be counterproductive. I admit that. But you know how sometimes you feel like there's something that you really want to help with? And then I remind myself that I help with this by working myself senseless and the fact that I can't contribute what would not be a very significant amount of money is, neither here nor there. But it would be nice to just know that I could like beep it up a little bit. Oh, look, the number. I could just make it go up to the next 1,000. It's so, when it gets close to the next 1,000, it's become so tempting to do it. What I have to do is take my temptation that I can't act on and say, here, look, it's so close. Just make it go to the next 1,000. That happened with the 5,000. I was really happy. I was asleep when it happened. I woke up and it had crossed 5,000. And then I hooted and hollered a little. And that was it. But now, when I hoot and holler, you will see me. Won't that be something? Okay. I'm going to take my glasses off again because the combination of glasses and headphones is like being stuck in a rack of, ancient torture device, hand holes, head hole. Except this is just, no, nothing like that. Sorry. I know you're not going to watch me solidly for 48 hours because that would be insane. If I write you anything during this time, just be aware that I can't really see what I'm doing very well. This is not a very good angle, and computers are stupid. Okay, I think it's a good idea for me to talk about our plans, our publishing plans for this year. You know about haunted features. I could say a bit more about that, about the kinds of things we're hoping to do with it. I showed you the beautiful hardcover of Red Phone Box. I did not show you the paperback. This is one of the paperback versions. Gabor Sigas designed this cover, the whole thing. And the thing about it is he had to do several different versions because we had it printed by several different printers, and we used different paper. We had different paper options, so there were different thicknesses. So we had to do the ebook cover, and he had to do the dust jacket, and he had to do like 3 different paperback covers. He is amazing, actually. I'd like to get him to come on, but I haven't asked him because just getting him to let me put his picture on the website was, I mean, you think it's a gendered thing about worrying about what you look like in pictures, but trust me, it is not. I had so much trouble with the 3 male editors and cover designer, getting them to accept that I wanted to put our pictures up there so that people would be able to put faces with our names. I think that's an important thing that engenders trust, and, you know, who is back there? Who is doing all of this? It was like pulling teeth. I mean, I thought I was going to be the fussiest one because I'm very fussy about what pictures I will let be up of myself. I regularly burn pictures. I don't literally burn them, but okay, that picture is, there's no way. But they were, I think just everyone has like a sense of what they look like and what they feel good about showing to the world. And so no one wants to put a terrible picture on the web unless it's an obviously purposeful terrible picture of them dressed up like a zombie. Everyone wants to put that up. Anyway, I digress already. And we've only been doing this for 2 hours. What will happen next? As I said the other day when I decided to do this, basically anything could happen. Okay. So the same thing is going to happen with haunted features. Right now, I have one story written by Mr. Warren Ellis, who's awesome enough. He is extremely, extremely busy. He's like too busy to think properly. And yet he said, here's this story. I sort of thought out what my theme would be based on his story so that I would know that it would fit. When this chaos is a bit more over, I will do a bit more brainstorming about how to narrow the theme without narrowing the possibilities. I mean, it's pretty specific already, and yet it's kind of wide open. And I like to work that way because I don't want to tamp down the creative impulses that writers have. I know that those things can be a bit delicate. Sometimes you're flooded with ideas. Sometimes you're like, this doesn't mean anything to me. I have no idea what I would write. And when I think about that idea, I can think of some kinds of things that could be in there. I can think of how it works with sci-fi. I can think of how it could work with several different subgenres of fantasy. I can think about how it could work with horror or cosmic horror, different subgenres of horror. I can think of how it could work with a thriller or mystery. I can think of how it could even work with some sort of crossover romance. But what I haven't thought of is what I personally would write. And because I haven't necessarily thought of what I might write, and I don't know if I will end up writing anything for it. I do like to write things for anthologies. It's fun. It feels I heard the ping. Sometimes the ping is a pledge, but not that time. Anyway, I want to brainstorm it a little bit more and try to see if I can get some other ways of maybe helping people to be inspired by it. But if they don't need it, that's fine too. If they already have ideas, I will let them go with it. But I would like to write a bit more on the open call for submissions to help people come up with ideas. The thing about genre stories is that if you can give a succinct description of what you want, not the plot of the story, not the nature of the story, not the twists of the story, but the atmosphere that you're going for, or some other tidy way of labeling the story, people can do a really good job and an extremely varied job of coming up with things to write. And I've seen it happen over and over. But if you don't give them enough, it's too open, then you'll get a lot of stuff that doesn't really work. People need an aim. They need something to aim for. Otherwise, they'll just write anything. And so a lot of people are like, well, what do you want me to write? I don't really understand what you're asking for. I'm going to beef it up a bit more. But I wanted to not do that until I knew that we would have the money, because I don't want people to spend a lot of time and effort writing stories that are not going to get published. Not that they might never get published somewhere else, but I don't want them to do it on our account without knowing that we'll be able to publish them. And that's the difficult part about this. That's the difficult part about working with a shoestring budget, period. That so many times I feel that I could do a lot more for someone if we had a bigger budget. And sometimes we hit a wall. I mean, what I have done in the past when we just run out of budget and there's something that really is a good opportunity for a book and I need $500 to make it happen, I just take private editing, having nothing to do with books we're publishing, but just I have a pretty good reputation as an editor. My public service background helped me develop some diplomatic skills for helping people solve problems. And it is very easy for me to take that and apply it to people's writing, a way of discussing it with them. It doesn't make them feel like I'm beating down on them, but that I'm actually trying to understand what it is they're aiming for. So there's some disconnect between what is on the page and what they have in their heads. That is often the biggest problem with writing. The writer has something in mind. They aren't clearly able to get it onto the page in a way that other people can see that thing. Sometimes I see the hints of it. And what I try to do with my private editing clients is uncover it further. And I have a process by which I do this. And it works pretty well. And so people have said really nice things about me as an editor. I'm going to have Kendall Talbot come on, aka, am I supposed to say this? Annette Kendall. She writes under the name Kendall Talbot. Probably she might not even want it to be under that. I need to go and fix it. But I worked with her on a book for a long time. I want to say 10 months. We went through that book 3 times. And it was hard. It was really hard. Because at first, there's this learning curve for writers. They write a book and I mean, don't get me wrong. Writing a novel is a huge freaking accomplishment. Huge. And not everyone can do it. I mean that literally. A lot of people have this thing where they can't finish a book. They can't write a whole book because it gets away from them, or they lose confidence in it, or for whatever reason, they can't finish. That is not strange. It's quite common. But what is also not strange is for people to be able to write a novel really quickly. And no novel written quickly is great. Possibly unless you're Harlan Ellison or Neil Gaiman. I mean, writers, literary writers, don't write their books in months. They write them in years. So a book turned out in 3 months isn't going to be good. Not because it can never be good, but because it's just a draft. It would be like if you built the frame of a house and then you slap some, whatever you would slap on there to make it look like a house. And it would resemble a house, but things would be wrong with it. Like the wind would blow through the cracks and the heat would all escape, and there would be no insulation, and there would be no lights and no water. But still, it would look an awful lot like a house, but not a house you'd want to live in. And that's what will happen with the book. It will look an awful lot like a book. It'll have pages, and there will be words on the pages, and you can read it, and it will make a certain amount of sense. But it will also make you frown, and you'll get wrinkles in your forehead right here. I don't know if you will, but I would. Why? Because then you have to go back and do another thing, which is edit it. And often people who have never written a book before don't know. They're like, wow, I finished writing this book. It's done. Woo! Let's publish it right now. Or, just the other day. Anyway, before I go off on that tangent. So she came to me with this book, and it was her first time to finish a whole book. And she kind of thought it was ready, and it just needed a little bit of tinkering with and copy editing and stuff. And I said, well, it would be better if you did mentoring. And she said, oh, I really want to get it done quickly because I have this, I'm going to this conference and I want to try to pitch it to an agent. So I was like, okay, I work for you. So that's what we'll do. So we did it. And it got turned down. I think this is how it went. But then she came back to me and said, you were right. Let's do it the way you said. So we started doing it again. We worked on it for months. And the way that this mentoring process works is we go chapter by chapter. And I go through it, make notes, send it back. The author works through it, tries to incorporate my suggestions or says, screw you, I don't like this. But a lot of authors are really good at working with me and trying to just like get a feel for what I'm trying to get them to do. And I try to get a feel. That's the key thing, I think, for an editor. Try to get a feel for what your author is trying to do. Sometimes I can't because it's so far from anything I would ever think of doing. And not that I can't get it conceptually, but there's just something about it that in its nature feels awkward to me. And those cases, which aren't too often, I can't usually help very much because in order to really help someone, I have to be able to see what they're trying to accomplish And then the next step is I have to figure out how they can accomplish it without destroying what they've done, but just like looking at where what they've done doesn't quite support what it seems they're trying to do. Sometimes what they're trying to do doesn't make sense, and we can talk about that and come up with a better solution for it than what they had originally thought of. I try not to rewrite it for them. I try to help them rewrite it. And that's the mentoring process. So we did that for 10 months. She was really quite good at it. She was quite, once she got into it, surprisingly good and fast. And we went through the whole thing, reworked, and then we did another round. So basically we went through that book 3 times. And then she submitted it, and then she wrote to me, and she was like, they took it. They want it. It was published by Harlequin. So that was kind of awesome. I mean, it was really pretty awesome. I'm going to be like a big whiny baby and cry half the time I'm on here because I feel so happy for people when work that we've done together ends up doing something good for them. Because that's why I'm doing it. You know, I like things to go well for people. And people who work really hard at this stuff, who are dedicated and are just like, I don't care what, I want to get this. I want to do this. I have devoted myself to this. I'm going to work. I'm going to understand. I'm going to do the readings you suggest. I'm going to make this happen. Those people in particular, and she is one of them. I feel so pleased for them when it works. I mean, I feel pleased for everyone when something works, but in those cases, I'm like, this person worked her butt off to make this happen, and it is really freaking awesome. Anyway, she's gonna come on. She's in Australia. It's a huge time difference, like 9 hours later. So she's coming on at 9 a.m. her time, and it's going to be midnight on Saturday here. She won an award with that book. She won an award. Like a big kind of romance novel award. It was, and it's not even really a straight up romance novel. It's more like a romance survival adventure story. Anyway, we'll get to talk about that more when she comes on in a day. Can you, when I start to think about time differently, when you're sitting here and a little green light is shining on you and that's all you see, and you're like talking and you start to think you've gone insane. What is going to happen to me after I'm on here for hours and hours? I told Tim, don't let me die in front of the camera. He's like, what? I'm not planning to die, but if I should start to die, he has instructions to move me over there so no one watches me. I don't want anyone seeing me die. I probably won't die. Seems unlikely. I'm already delirious though. Yesterday was like a weird day. I probably had started out talking about something that I then stopped talking about, and now I don't know what it was. So I've got that going for me. Greg Draven message. Oh, okay. No Lehman Kessler. It's his daughter's first birthday. You cannot blame him. I mean, this weekend, there's a party. And now it's time for the tissue break. Please don't watch me blow my nose. Sorry. I should. Having colds is not good. Colds? How many colds do I have? Now my phone screen has decided to freeze. Great. Okay, now it's time for us to eat a snack. Now I'm going to do a kids' TV show. We are still at 178 backers, 5,666 pounds. According to this, still 46 hours. Man, time goes slowly when you're in front of a camera. Okay, I started talking about haunted futures. I am quite clearly tired. Sorry. And what we would do with the book. What we will do. We have 7 notable writers who have offered to write for us. I'm going to take submissions from people. I'm probably going to go out and request people that I know who are good writers to write something. Just like, do you want to submit something? Unlike artists, I think writers write on spec a lot of the time. I feel bad about it when I can't take a story, but it's good practice, and it won't do them any good if the story's no good. And we publish it, it won't help the book, and it won't help them personally. It will just make people go, ugh, that story wasn't any good. Why did they put that in there? So I try not to publish bad stories, just on that basis. But there are certain writers who are almost everything they write is good, or with a bit of tweaking, I know can be good. And I will go and ask those writers if they want to submit something. And in fact, I've already asked, I mean, beyond the notable writers that we all know are going to participate, I've already asked 2 writers that I know, and I'm going to ask 2 more writers that I know. And I might go further afield. And the thing is, I'm worried about gender balance in this book. So I'm going to be recruiting big time on the ladies, because I don't want everyone to think, why are there only male writers in this book? The truth is, we don't get that many submissions for certain kinds of genre stuff from women. I don't know why. I don't. And like Cthulhu Lives, which was a cosmic horror book that I wanted to have a very particular feel, we got, I think we got 1 submission by a woman, and I took that story. It's a good story, but that's all we got. So what could I have done? I could have gone out and gotten some other writers, but I don't know very many writers, women writers. Red Phone Box, there were 5, I believe, 5 women writers who submitted to Red Phone Box who were involved, and 5 out of 28, and a female artist. So it's not very good gender balance wise, but I don't know. This is not probably when I should be talking about this gender balance issue. It's something that I need to figure out. How do I get more women writers? For me, the book is about the writing. It's not really about the gender of the authors. And yet there is still something about having all the authors in the book be one gender or another that is unsettling to me, because I don't know. It's like if you flip a coin, roughly half the time you should get heads, roughly half the time you should get tails. So why, when you put out a call for submissions, it's like saying, yeah, I flipped this coin, I got heads 25 times and tails once. What is wrong with your coin? So I have to ask myself that question. What is wrong? What is wrong with my calls for submissions that I don't get women submitting? I think I need to get the calls out more widely. But when you're tiny and you don't have many resources, it's hard to put things out in places that require you to pay money to put them there. So I go around to writing forums where they have a place where you can list calls for submissions, and I post there, and I hunt around for some places where I can put it. And there are some other places that I'm thinking of putting it, but I'm reluctant, without significant resources, basically to ask 10 million people to write stories when I can only take a few, and we haven't yet been able to pay very much. Resources will make this easier to do, and will make it easier for me to, I don't know, I don't want to make someone who is maybe living at the edge of poverty, which a lot of freelancers do. And I can say that because I have been there, and say, write us this story and we'll publish you, but we won't pay you anything, or we will pay you $25. I mean, that's okay for people who have another job. And you can get some good stories that way, because I've done it. But you can also get just people that are like, ooh, a place that will publish my story. I want to get published. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but maybe they never wrote a story ever before. Maybe they don't have a concept of what a short story is structure-wise. Maybe they have a great idea for the thing that happens in the story, but not for the arc of the story. Maybe they don't know anything about how to develop characters. There are all sorts of complications. Writing stories requires a skill. It's not impossible to learn by any means, but there is something to learn in order to do it well. It will be a miracle if you don't know anything about how stories work and you write one and it's perfect and amazing. It would be like, whatever hand-wavium you've got, I want it, because it would be freaking incredible, and thus very unlikely. It's a lotto win. So in order to get people who at least know what they are doing, I don't want to call it talent, because I'm not sure it is necessarily talent. Talent doesn't hurt. It's more word coordination. Like, in order to be a good artist, you need good eye-hand coordination. You still have to learn how to draw, but the eye-hand coordination is the thing. That is the thing. I don't know what to call it for writers, but there is a thing like that. And that thing is some sort of, I don't know what to call it. Some people would say it's voice, but it's more than voice. It's a way of aligning ideas on a page in a way that is logical and unfolds so that the reader wants to follow along. That's something you can learn to do, but in order to learn to do it, you have to be able to see it. You have to reach the point where you know when it's happening and when it isn't. If you can't reach that point, it's unlikely you're going to become a good writer of fiction. You don't necessarily need that skill for nonfiction. We need different skills. But for fiction, if you can't see that, or you don't have an amazing editor who gets what you mean and will take it over here and like fix it for you, you're probably not going to get there. It's one tiny thing. That's the only thing I feel you actually need to have. Everything else you can learn. I say this based on having been through this experience of learning how to do this stuff, but also because I used to draw. And then I had an injury to one of my eyes. So now I don't have depth perception. And the experience of drawing for me has completely changed. And I can still, I'm not the worst person at drawing. I'm far less terrible than some people I've seen. But the thing that I used to be able to do relatively easily, I can't do anymore because that one key piece is missing. And I think there's an equivalent to that in writing. So when I do a call for submissions, a lot of the people who write to me, some of them I can see like, this could be okay. Some of them are either missing that entirely or it hasn't quite clicked in yet. And so that's why I don't take most things I get, because that is missing. If that is there, I can work with them and we can make it happen. Sometimes I can't tell right away. Anyway, how many more hours of me doing this are you going to be able to bear? That's what we should be betting on. Now I see I have a lot of tweets. Come on. Sometimes my phone is just like stuck. It's telling me I have some 12 emails and 12 tweets. I can't see any of them. Nice. Oh, good. It finally let me. Okay, Greg, can you see me? Greg Stolze just sent me a message. He called me Sal. Sal, really? I have this thing about my name because Sal sounds like it's short for Sally, or a guy's name in Italian, like Salvatore or something. So Twitch. Anyway, I won't talk about that now. Look, there I am. I can see myself frozen in time. Frozen in time. We are running low on time. This thing says we have 46 hours still. This is the slowest hour of my entire life. And probably yours. Oh, good. And now it clicked down to 45. We have 45 hours, everyone. 45 hours. Let's just think about that for a minute. We need about, if we get to another 3,500 pounds, I will start talking to people about giving us some large pledges. But I need your help to get there. I don't know if anyone is watching. Can anyone hear me? That's what I feel like saying. So we added some more hardcover books to the thing, and the hardcovers are going to be done by the same printer that did these beautiful books. The cover that is on the Kickstarter page for Haunted Futures is just a temporary cover. It was just much too hard for me to try to get people to buy into a book that wasn't ready yet without a cover. So Gabor made a cover at my request because he's amazing. He was just like, if you think of something and you send it to me, and ping, suddenly it appeared, because that's just how he is. And I'm sure it will be different, and it will be cool, and it will have a bit more to do with the actual stories that are inside the book. And I'm excited to see what it is, because I love the work that he does. He's really fun to work with. I would love to have him on here to talk about some covers that we've done where he and I have gone back and forth. And the end result has been a really beautiful cover. I'd like to show you on my thing, but I can't freaking work out how I would. There's a thing like a share screen feature, and I can't, because when I click away from the page, it says live, but I'm completely frozen. Show you on my thing, but I can't freaking work out how I would. There's a thing like a share screen feature, and I can't, because when I click away from the page. Wow, isn't it nice how I start sentences and then completely frozen? Anyway, I can't stay on this page because it shows me a few minutes ago, and then I get all distracted by watching myself. So I'm not going to do that. And because of that, I can't actually share the screen. It's asking me if I want a thumbs up or thumbs down myself. I'm like, screw you, Google Hangouts. Really? Let's not talk about that. Really? Why do you have to show me the thumbs up? And I'll just click thumbs up. I don't like being judged by people watching a video who have no idea what horrible trauma I'm going through at the moment, which is only hour 45. Tonight, when it's late, when I'm like sitting in my chair and I've been awake for the last 2 years, it's not going to be pretty. And if people start clicking thumbs down, I'm going to have to do this, because what is the other logical thing to do? I haven't looked at Twitter for a while. No one has tweeted me. Everyone is having a meltdown because they can't believe that I'm still talking. Neither can I. I'm probably going to lose my voice. Tim giggled, and I think it's because he's thinking, I can. Did you hear that? He said, I'm admitting nothing. I know how you think. The good part about this for him is that once it's over, I may never talk again. I have like talked all the talk that I would have talked for the entire rest of my life. And I just won't talk anymore unless absolutely necessary. I admit that seems unlikely. I do talk quite a bit, but I don't usually talk this much. My mouth is actually getting tired. Okay, tweet me a topic. Tweet me a question. I need topics and questions. I need to know what time it is. It's almost 7 o'clock. Oh, it won't be that much longer before John Repin comes on. And this is what is going to be bad news. I don't know. I need help to figure out how to get John Repin in to this thing. Tim. Well, the problem is that when I go to the page where it says events, what I'm afraid will happen, there was an error. I did this before. The other day, I did a practice run. It still claims this is an upcoming event. But it's not upcoming. It's happening right now. Can't you see? Oh, great. It froze me with my eyes closed and my mouth open. My mother's worst fear. The other day, I told my parents I was going to do this 48-hour hangout. My dad said, oh, no, you can't do it. You can't stay up for 48 hours. It's not good for your health. My mom said, yeah, and you might fall asleep with your mouth open and everyone will see you. I was like, well, there could be worse things. But I actually do plan to sleep. I'm going to sleep. There's going to be a time when, and it may be now, when almost no one is watching because no one could bear to watch any longer. I know I probably wouldn't be able to bear to watch. I can't bear to watch. I do. How do I have tweets? Oh, I don't have a question. I don't see one. I see Jan saying, you have a lovely voice and it's lovely to hear me. That's not a question, is it? Is that what you... Oh, why don't... Okay, well, oh, now I finally see them. What was the first book you remember reading? What is the first book you loved? What is the book that you always make sure you have a copy of, no matter where you live? I will tell you the first book I remember reading my very own self. It was called, I think it was called The Rabbit Ran. It was a book for kids. It's the first book that I remember understanding before I ever went to school, words on the page. It's the book where I went, oh, I get it. So that book sticks in my head, although it was just one of those books with like a big picture and then like a sentence. Very simple little baby sentences. I used that book to teach my brother how to read when he was, I don't know, 4, and I was 6. I don't know what happened to it, and I have looked for that book. I've tried to find a copy of it to have just as a souvenir of my life, and I can't find it anywhere. I'm sure kids' books go out of date. And so who knows? Maybe someday I'll come across a copy of it. The first book I loved, I think I have loved every book I ever read. But at a very young age, I wanted to read the books that adults were reading. And so early on, when I got a library card when I was really little, I made my mom get me my own library card. And there was a kids section in the library. And the librarian, who could not believe that I would want to read adult books, would take me to the kids section. But then I would find an adult book that I wanted, and I would check that out. And they would try to stop me. It wasn't adult in the sense of anything that a kid shouldn't be reading, but just content-wise was not intended for children. Like, I remember checking out this book about butterflies that was like a big, thick book with pictures and descriptions of butterflies. Not a book you would read cover to cover, but I was really interested in butterflies, and I wanted to read that freaking book about butterflies. So I forced, I mean, as much as a tiny child can force a librarian to do anything, he tried his best to talk me out of it. Are you sure? Wouldn't you rather have one of these books from the kids section? And I was like, no, I want this book. So I checked it out, and I took it home, and I looked at every single page. I don't know that I actually read every page, but I found the butterflies that I liked, and I learned their names. It's not fiction, but I did the same thing with fiction. So that book I showed you earlier, The Count of Monte Cristo, I think I read that when I was 11. I really liked Huckleberry Finn. I have a Huckleberry Finn copy too from when I was a kid. I think it's here with me. I might have had to leave it in the US, but if I did, it's in a box. It's safe. I really liked Peter Pan. I really liked a book called The Secret Garden. That was a book my mom went to the library and checked out for me when I had chickenpox and couldn't go to school. And she checked out a stack of books. That's the one I remember. I remember I have this weird thing about the way that I remember stuff, and it's true of films too. I don't necessarily remember everything from a book. I'm getting a message from my man on the ground. Okay. So he's telling me how I can add someone. But here's my problem, Tim. In this window right here, this is all I can see. I don't see the controls. I don't know why. Just when I leave the page, all the controls disappear. If I click on this, I get this. So you're just watching yourself. Right, I'm watching myself. There's not that control stuff.
This is all I can see. I don't see.
Hello, everyone.
The controls.
I have no idea what you've done.
I didn't do anything. I just left. I had to leave. It was too distracting to see myself there. Maybe it's somewhere else now. Maybe if I take... Oh, it's right there. Look, it's a pop-up window.
Okay, cool. So you just click that button.
This?
Yeah, and start typing someone's name, auto-complete the name, click invite, and they'll be allowed to come on and join you as part of the chat.
Okay.
I didn't do anything. I just left.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
Maybe it's somewhere else. Oh, it's right there. Look, it's a pop-up window.
Okay, now I've got myself out of the background. I'm sorry I'm not answering people who are typing to me on the Google Plus page. I can't actually see that page at the same time that I have other things up. So what I will do is enable the chat window, if it lets me. And hack. What does that mean? Oh, it says enhance. Why must it be so annoying? I can't make it bigger. I opened up the chat window so that, oh, there it is, I think. Chat. Yay! There it is. Okay, now anyone who wants to come and chat on the side in typing can totally type in right there. It's distracting because I can see myself, and seeing myself right there is like scary. I don't envy all of you sitting out there seeing me, unfortunately. Okay, I'm utterly distracted, but at least now I know how I will get John Rippian to come into the thing. I don't know if it's going to work, but I hope it will. And now, back to Twitter. The Secret Garden and Wrinkle in Time. Oh my God, yes, Wrinkle in Time, I read that too, and I love that book. When you were 11, that is awesome. Jan just said she read those books at the same age. I read A Wrinkle in Time. I did love that. There was another book I read. I don't know what the name of it is, and I have tried to find this book too. It was about an alternate world where there were people who had evolved from cats instead of apes. And that was a cool book. I don't remember it well at all, but I really liked it. It was very imaginative. No idea what the name of it is. I bet I could go on Reddit and get someone to, there's a thing on Reddit, r/r/we guess what your book you're talking about. That's not really what it's called, but whatever it's called. And they've been really amazingly good about helping me figure out names of books that I can't remember. Like something utterly obscure that I bought off a rack in a supermarket. They totally figured out what it was. And it only took them like, I don't know. It seems like it took half an hour before I got the answer back. So I might try that. I don't know if they would be equally good with kids' books. She asked me another question. What was the first book? What is a book that you always make sure you have a copy of wherever you are? There's no book like that. I think it's because I've moved internationally so many times, and books are very difficult to bring because they're quite heavy, and I've had a lot of them, and I have had to not throw away, but give away or sell to secondhand bookstores my entire book collection, except for just a few books that were in some way special to me. Twice, because of international moves. And you get to the point where you can't bear to do it again. You can't bear to give up all your books. And so you just don't get books anymore. You keep a small stack of books that are old that you don't want to get rid of, or this is what I do. And you go to the library, or you get digital copies. You get copies. See what's going to happen when I get tired? Let's see if I can turn every word into that. Everity, wordity, copy. How fun would that be? Say no. Okay. Please feel free to send me more questions. Ask me questions about publishing. I know a lot about this now. We do this all the time. Not this Hangout stuff. We don't do this. We do publishing stuff. Drink. The time is 7:15. My screen is still frozen. It's really annoying. I'm gonna have to reboot my phone. Now will be the time when you can make fun of me because I can't. I have to reboot my phone by taking out the battery. I can see I have another tweet. Strike magazine. Uh-oh. Is that like 3 strikes and you're out? Oops. I hope that's not what he means, Strike magazine. I hope this is not some sort of pun about how to make fun of Salome for doing a 48-hour hangout marathon with a cold. 181. Woohoo! More pledges. Excuse me. Hiccups. It's just tea. There's no alcohol in there, unfortunately. We are up to 181 backers, 5,696. Yes. Thank you. Let me see who the person was that put us to that point with glasses so that I can look serious. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Kat. 3 new backers. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. If we make it to this goal, I'm gonna make a live. No, I don't know what I'll do. except for make a lot of new books. But there's going to be some sort of massive celebration in my head, at least. There's another tweet. What was the first book you were involved with publishing? Okay, 2. What is the first book you were involved with publishing? Before I was actually a full part of Ghostwoods, Tim asked me to edit a book for him that he was going to publish. And that book was called American Monsters by Sazine Kohler. And it's an interesting book. It's a bit of a rough read, and it's kind of a novella, a screenplay, and then a little bit of memoir. And it's mostly something that she wrote as a project when she was a university student, and then Tim asked her to write the little bit of memoir at the end to talk about a frightening experience that she had, probably more frightening than most of us will ever have to endure, where she was out with a friend of hers and they were held up at gunpoint and her friend was shot and killed. And a life-changing event for her. And that, I edited that. I enjoyed working on the front parts. I think I was helpful in some ways. The little memoir part was a rough read. I remember crying my eyes out because she nailed the experience, and there were some weird kind of, well, if you want to know what happened to it, you need to go and read it. But there are a few kind of magical moments in there where, although her friend had been shot and was no longer alive, like very clearly gone, her friend's voice guided her to hide because the people came back, probably realized they couldn't just leave her there alive. And that was a kind of an amazing thing, the way that she managed to capture that experience. Every time I edit something, and from that very first time, I feel overwhelmed with both what the author is accomplishing and how what I'm able to offer it is a bit of perspective, like a knowledgeable eye to the process, and just a willingness to like really open up my mind and totally embrace, like, this is someone's book, suck it inside my brain, let it permeate and understand it, and then gently help it come just that little bit further. And that first book that I did it on, I'm sure I was of some help, but more and more, as I've done many more books now, I'm aware that I'm much better at it. I wasn't very confident at that point. It's very easy not to be confident about this, just like it's very easy not to be confident about writing. But I know I'm good at it, and I've experienced working with other editors, and Tim has worked with a lot of other editors, and he says it's quite a hard thing to find good editors, because people just want to copy edit, and it isn't really just copy editing. And copy editing is important, but it's a different thing. It's not the same as coaxing a book to its final form, arc-wise, plot-wise, character-wise, pointing out the things that don't quite match or make sense. And doing it in conjunction with the author, not instead of the author. It's a very challenging process and also extremely rewarding. And unlike some jobs that I've done, I pretty much never hate it. Another question. Which is easier, an anthology or a book with one author? I think, I don't know. It's like comparing two different things, really. Each one has its challenges. I will say, I think in some ways, an anthology is a bit easier because it's in short chunks. There are very natural resting points where you then don't really have to remember anything about this story to go on to the next one. So with a novel, a full-length novel, let's say it's 100,000 words long, you really have to remember the entire thing, because otherwise you won't catch problems. And that can be a challenge. It shouldn't probably be a challenge, but it can really be. You'll miss out on some tiny detail. So in that way, an anthology is easier. The way in which an anthology is harder is that if you're putting together an anthology, you're also the curator, which means you have to accept submissions. You probably don't get enough stories. You have to go out to every writer you know who has a chance of being able to be interested in doing it and might write you a story that's good. And you have to beg them to write for you. And then if the story doesn't fit or isn't good enough, you have to find a gentle way to turn them down so that they don't hate you forever. And that's the part of anthologies that is really challenging and that I don't love doing. But I recognize that at this level, I have to take that challenge if I want to publish an anthology. Hopefully it'll get easier in the future. It's quite fun to do an anthology. It's fun to do linked stories, but it's a lot of work. It's the most work. It's more work than a novel. It's more work than breaking rocks in your driveway. It's more work than anything else, except maybe, I don't know, circus work is probably harder. Someone asked me another question. You want to do the love book explanation again. What is the love book explanation? I don't know what that means. Why I love books? Did I explain why I love books? And why do I want to explain that again? Maybe that's not the question. Please tell me what the question is. I will. I can't really type with the thing at this angle. I've told this story about Red Phone Box way too many times, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I loved working on that project, and that was my first time to do anything like that. And I would really love to do another project like that, except from the perspective of now having more experience under my belt. We have 183 backers now. Wow! Yay! See, I do get happy. I get very happy. We have 2 new backers. Let me see who they are. They are Martin and David. Yes, Martin and David. And I don't know. Oh, I think I said Philip before, but the last 3 are Martin, David, and Philip. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. You're awesome. Everyone is awesome in this. This is the movie where everyone is awesome. There are no antagonists in this movie. We will make them up. We're writers. That's all we need. The Love Book Explanation. What is the Love Book Explanation? Why I love books? Does this mean I explained it 7 times already? I don't know. I had, oh, here we go. Editors / publishers have to love books. Oh, that. Okay, the other day, I was having a conversation with someone on Twitter. I explained that I'm unlikely to, as acquisitions editor for Ghostwoods Books, I'm unlikely to take a book unless I love it. And he was unable to understand what I meant by that. So what I mean by it is I read the book and it becomes instantly my favorite book at that moment. Oh, that sounds kind of extreme, but that's what I mean by love a book. It maybe won't be my favorite book forever. It's my favorite book right then because it's amazing and I love it. It makes me really happy. I want to tell everyone I know about it. I want to say, read this. Oh my God, read this book. It's amazing. Of course, people never do read books because I say that, because they probably have other things that they would prefer to be doing. But that is what I mean. People are asking me questions. Oh.
Did you see Greg Stolze asking if you want to invite him 15 minutes ago?
No.
Okay, well, Greg Stolze asked if you want to invite him 15 minutes ago.
Oh.
So send an invite, I guess.
Okay, so Greg Stolze, who's one of our authors, asked whether I would like to invite him. And I did almost invite him, but I didn't know if he would want me to. But now I'm going to go to the page where I am. Oh, look, there I am. And now I'm going to invite him with the button that Tim told me to use. This button. Link. Greg, this is how Salome learns how to use this thing. Greg Stolze. Quiet. I don't think it has to be quiet. Shh. We're inviting Greg. Okay, now we will see what happens. Now I'm going to have to look at the screen because I can make Greg big. I have much power. I can make Greg big. If he shows up. If you're watching, you'll know what I mean. There's like a box that will eventually have Greg in it. It's not there now. That when I click on it, he will fill up the entire screen. That's my only power in this. Just like when I'm narrating a Kickstarter video, my only power is nodding. Apologies for all the required tissues and scratchy, itchy colded nose. I invited Greg. What I should do is take a tiny break before Greg comes on to do the sorts of things that you can't do live on the air, like swing from a vine. I won't be swinging from a vine, but I am going to take a teeny tiny break. 5,783 pounds and 45 hours left to go. We are rocking this. I know you don't think so, but we are. We are freaking rocking this. I mean, Strike magazine. That should be a sign of something. Alrighty. You can ask me more questions. I tried to favorite someone's tweet. I want to talk to you about some of the books that we're getting ready to publish, that we will publish even if this doesn't go through. We just won't be able to promote them as much as they deserve. And I'm going to do that right after I come back, which is going to be in like 3 minutes. So just hang in there and I'll be right back.
Hello?
5,783 pounds and 45 hours left to go. We are rocking this.
Hello?
I know you don't think so, but we are. We are freaking rocking this. I mean, Strike magazine. That should be a sign of something. Alrighty.
I think I'm here now.
You can ask me more questions. I tried to favorite someone's tweet. I want to talk to you about some of the books that we're getting ready to publish, that we will publish even if this doesn't go through. We just won't be able to promote them as much as they deserve. And I'm going to do that right after I come back, which is going to be in like 3 minutes. So just hang in there and I'll be right back.
Can anybody hear me? I am in theory in this video call.
Did you tell Greg that I was an hour? We are rocking.
Hello?
I know you don't think so, but we are. We are freaking rocking. We are live on the air. I've always wanted to say that. Now I can say it as much as I want for 45 more hours. I want to talk to you about some of the books that we're getting ready to publish, that we will publish even if... Greg?
Yes.
Hey! Sorry, I was on a break. Let me find the screen where you are, because I can hear... There.
Hold on.
There you are.
Here I am.
We wear glasses at the same time.
I always wear glasses, otherwise I run into things.
Oh, well, I'm temporarily wearing glasses with you.
All right. I think I was on but lagging there for a while. It was very strange. How has the video call been going?
It's been going okay. It's been me calling Earth.
How's Earth treating you?
Earth seems to be treating me okay, as far as I can tell. I mean, who knows if anyone is even out there? No, people have been replying on. I've been asking them to tweet me because I can't keep track of everything. Oh, look, there you are. You typed over there. The way my screen is oriented, it's very hard for me to see what is going on, and I'm just blind. I either have to be blind with these reading glasses because I only see to right here, or I have to be completely blind. Those seem to be my options right now.
I gotta leave in 20. Hey, I have a son who needs to go have his braces tightened, and boy, is he not happy about that. But
Uh-oh. It's probably a little painful.
From his reactions, I would say extremely painful, yes.
You don't want to be tortured by your teeth.
On the other hand, given how my teeth were at his age and how his mom's teeth were at his age, without braces, he would be, eating through a straw by the time he was 30.
That sounds dire.
It would just be this crunchy mass of, white matter erupting at random from his gums. There's some genetic gifts in the Stolze line, but straight, even white teeth are not numbered among them. So.
Well, it's a good thing he has you guys to force him to get braces.
Tell him that. All right, what time is it? You're in London, right?
We're in London. I don't know what time it is. I've lost track of time. It's 7:42.
All right, it's 2:42 here. So,
yes.
Or I'm sorry, 1:42. I gotta take him at 2:30, the appropriate time for a dental appointment.
Okay.
Trust me, when you've been up another 24 hours, that will be the funniest joke you've ever heard.
Everything is the funniest joke I've ever heard already. It can only go downhill from here.
So did you, prepare for this ordeal in some special way by, sleeping an extra 5 hours a day or something?
No, I didn't. I prepared by having a crisis yesterday and not sleeping as much as I should have done, and by catching a cold.
Yeah. Well,
that's exactly the best way to prepare, because we are here to endure, as Nietzsche said. I was following Nietzsche's advice.
Okay.
I really wasn't. It was totally accidental. But
the accidental Nietzschean.
When you get...
Hold on a second. Now the phone's ringing. Hello. Hey, Mar, what's up? I know. I have a timer set. All right. No problem. No, that's fine. All right. Love you. Bye. That was Martha calling to remind me to go pick up Nick, because remember how I said that there are certain gifts attached to the Stolze genetic line.
Yes.
And, good teeth isn't one of them. Neither are time management skills. So, but in this case, I was actually on top of the issue.
You were, and that is good. So, but since I have you on here, because you happen to be a writer that we've published.
It's true.
And we could talk a little bit about your writing.
For 15 minutes, sure.
Okay, 15 minutes is a good length of time. I need to set this at timer so that I...
Oh no, mine will go off. So.
Okay.
All right, so what do you want to ask about?
Okay, well, what I know about you is that you do a lot of writing that you fund using Kickstarter, and then you release the writing for free into the world.
I do.
Like, that's the basis. You raise a few $100s to...
Or more, yes.
And how many projects like that have you done?
Like 30. Let me look. Yeah, somewhere around 30. I don't know if I'm still the person who has created the greatest number of successful Kickstarter projects, but at one time I was the record holder. I have created 30, of which, let's see how many of these failed. 1, 2, 3. 3 have failed and 1 isn't launched yet. So,
One isn't launched yet? Oh, you're just getting ready to launch it at some point.
yes, it's actually a novel I've written for another British company, but I'm not. It's not like I'm cheating on you guys. It's
Well,
it's
we
a-
don't have an exclusive relationship with you. We have an open relationship.
Oh, that's cool. We're modern. Ghost Woods and I have an understanding. Um, it, it's a licensed novel for 13th Age, the role-playing game that Pelgrane put out, and so that's all written, and we're sort of everyone who has a seat at the table is at this point metaphorically discussing how we want to arrange the silverware, and so it's many fiddly details of this and that.
Yeah. So other people are involved in this, not just you.
Yes, there's me and 2 corporations, and so it's going to be Fire Opal and Pelgrane and Pelgrane's fiction imprint, Stone Skin, and then yeah, a couple other writers have been roped in for like stretch goal short stories. So
Stone Skin, is that Simon Rogers?
yes,
Oh. Simon Rogers, he's English. I know him.
yes. I
went
followed
to,
both of you on Twitter and saw you saying, "Oh, I'm going to get coffee. You want coffee?" I'm like, "Aw, people I know each other. That's adorable."
Yes, you know, Tim has known Simon Rogers for a long time, and Simon Rogers and Steve Dempsey, I don't know if you know him, but they are 2 English people who write. There are a lot of them. They're in a writing class together last year, and they invited us to come and talk to their writing class because we edit for people for money and to help them get published. And so we went and talked to their writing class and sort of impressed them by our sense that it is actually possible to get published. People think, oh, it's not possible, you can't do it, but that's not how we feel. We feel like the right book to the right place at the right time, you will get published. So you have to make that your goal.
And clearly the publishing industry is in transition at this point. I mean, it's been fascinating, although a little anxiety producing to watch in my lifetime as sort of the great traditional pipe through which literature flowed has turned into a series of tubes which
Yes.
any jabroni with a computer can apply himself.
Yeah, but I mean, on one hand, it's scary. On the other hand, it's potentially good. I mean, it cuts both ways.
Oh yeah, well, change upheaval usually attends progress. No one gets to have the nice, quiet, orderly revolution they want.
Yeah.
So,
Or we wouldn't call it a revolution.
right.
We would call it, oh, I took a nap and now I decided that's not how I like. So let's just do this.
We would call it gentle incremental progress. But the problem with gentle incremental progress is that nobody wants to do it because the way you've always done things is so consoling and it's like, well, no, I know how to do it this way. It's like asking me to learn to walk on my hands. Why would I do that? I know how to walk on my feet, and I'm good at that.
Yeah.
Why should we change something?
Yeah. Well, there are reasons to change things.
Well, that's kind of Ghostwood's entire raison d'etre, right?
Yeah. But it's hard. It's really hard because the system is still very entrenched. And so we're walking in between flat out indie publishing and traditional publishing. The traditional publishers are like go fly kite people, and all the aspects of traditional publishing, like there are attendant things like trade publications that publicize books pre-pub, that it's almost impossible to get anything into. Getting books into bookstores is a huge, huge problem because the way it works is, you probably know this, but bookstores want to be able to give your books back if they don't sell them. They also want at least a 40% discount, and some will insist on a 60% discount. And if you go through a distributor, they definitely will want 60% discount. So your printing and your profit and your payment to your author has to come out of 40%. And in addition to that, they want to be able to give back any books that they don't sell, and not only just give them back to you, but they want to either ship them back to you at your cost or tear the covers off and send you back the covers and pulp the books, which is probably what we would have to choose because any profit that was made would be eaten up by shipping them to them, paying for that, and then paying to ship them back. So that's a hurdle. We're trying to jump that fence, but it's there. Right now we're like scrambling against it and trying not to be electrocuted.
Well, yeah, and a lot of that, I think, is the pressure to, it's the pressure of the new. I mean, I'm sure that there was some book published in 2009 that I never even heard of, and that if I stumbled across it, I would be like, this sheds new light on my life. But the bookstore is not going to try and direct me to that perfect book that would help me out so much because, you know, they have a product cycle and can't afford to keep books from 2009 on the shelf in 2014. So
right. It's very complicated business model.
But now with our our communication advancements in the 21st century, the long tail is kicking in, and it's like, no, well, rather than put up with the one book that would really, rather than put up with the book we have, it's a lot easier to find the book that you would like. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's changing, and it may turn out eventually to be good. It's still difficult now, but at least we are able to do this now. When we started out, as you know, because we published a book of yours as an ebook only, we didn't dare we saw no sense in trying to do physical books until last year. And it's still hard, but now we're like, too bad, we're doing physical books too. And maybe that will phase out again. Maybe people will really switch over to ebooks, but I think 20-somethings, people who are digital natives, seem to love physical books even more than we do.
I prefer to read a physical book most of the time. I've got e-readers because, I sell ebooks, so I need the readers. But unless I'm, traveling or have, some situation where, I'd really like to have this 4-pound comprehensive encyclopedia on the topic with me, but don't want to torque my spine carrying it around. Yeah, there's a, that for that the e-reader is perfect. But if I'm just going to read a book as a book, I want to be able to fold the pages over and take it in the bathroom with me without worrying about dropping it or the moisture or the ambient moisture wrecking its circuits. So
Yeah. And also, if the book is a little bit complicated, it's nice to be able to flip back and remind yourself, and that is quite a challenging thing to do on an ebook. You can't just go back and scan the pages so easily. I mean, you can, but it's tedious.
I think what you'll see, and I think that flipping back is, if you grow up reading print books, you have this navigational sense of, oh yeah, that was about here. And it's not even that a page number, it's that, the feel of the position in the book is, your fingers have learned to get that. And I can foresee a generation that loses that ability but makes up for it with, oh, I'll just scan for this word and, do a reverse search.
Yeah, you could do it that way. It might come. You're probably right.
That's what I find myself doing that a lot when I'm, editing my own work and revising it. It's like, let's go back and check what this guy's middle name was 5 chapters ago. So,
how do you do that? Just search for his name?
Search for the name.
Right. I thought you were, yeah, okay. He didn't have a middle name.
Search for this word, I do.
That's what I'm always trying to do. No wonder I failed. You wrote Switch Flipped.
Mm-hmm.
And we published it for you as an ebook. One of the things we want to do this year is publish it as a print book. Go back and that was one of the first books we did, and I think it was edited by, well, probably a combination of Tim and David Southwell. But we might do a little re-edit on it just to see, and then publish a new edition with a new cover and do it as a print book.
Well, and possibly with ancillary materials that I've put out on the web, right?
Right, with some related short stories and.
Yeah. So, and I have thoughts about not a direct sequel, but sort of well, one of the things I love about Terry Pratchett's Discworld is that the setting is really the main character, and he'll start with, here's one book that's completely self-contained within the setting, and then here's this next book which may have some characters overlapping with the first one and some positions in common, but it's its own thing. And so, if the financial incentives are there, and if people seem to really be digging the new Switch Flipped, I would love to. I've got, ideas for all these other aspects of the setting. And, if it comes out after Unknown Armies, that might give it a little bump too. So.
Yeah. That book actually has done fairly well, I think. It continues to sell. It's got a good long tail, as you just said. It continues periodically, so people just buy it. And I heard someone this other day say that was their favorite book of yours.
Okay. Neat. Well, I imagine you guys get a little bump every time I put out another book, right?
I don't know when you put out other books necessarily. So, and Tim is the one who has his eye on how things sell. So I don't know if he's made any correlation.
Yeah, I should probably be keeping better track of that, but like I said, poor time management. Speaking of which, I hear my timer chirping. So
okay.
I go get my son, take him to this thing he doesn't want to go to. I'll check in with you again later, though.
Okay, awesome.
Pace
for coming
yourself.
on.
Observe your voice.
Yes. Okay.
Hang in
Bye.
there.
Thanks. That was cool. It's nice to have a person that I'm talking to. I know you're there. I know you can hear me. But when I can see someone hearing me, I feel less like I'm just sitting here talking to a little green light. Now I need to send John Reppy an invitation. And I don't quite know how this is going to go because I don't have John Reppion's. Shoot. What I need to do is go onto Twitter. Tim, is John Reppion following you?
Huh?
Is John Reppion following you?
I don't know. Maybe.
Let me see. I'm going to send. There he is. I'll DM him. There's that. And then he will be with us. I have some tweets. You are going to have to put up your telephone link on Twitter more often. Oh, that's a nice thing to say. I don't actually do this. I've never done this before. As she embarks on an epic few days of Kickstarter mayhem. An epic few days? Ed, where have you been this entire month? Print versus ebooks. My students get their class text for free as PDF. They still asked which print edition to buy. Felt nice. Yes. I have a Kindle Paperwhite. I was really counting on my phone helping. Oh, maybe it will. I rebooted it. I wanted to be able to look at stuff via my phone. 10 million emails. So many texts. Nothing that I haven't really dealt with. Okay. I have this. It's nice. I quite like this. It's very light. It's about the size of a book. It either can be quite like flat without light, or you can actually turn a light on underneath it. Look, there's Cthulhu Lives. I can make the text bigger if I want to, which is good for me, for my eyes, because they get really tired from all the editing I do. Print books are good. I almost don't read them anymore, except when I'm trying to make sure that a book of ours looks proper. Just because it turns out that they're really hard on my eyes now, because I spend something like 75 hours reading, just reading. I struggle a lot with reading text on books. Not enough light, or I don't know what it is exactly. Eye fatigue. I'm hoping that when I don't have to work 80 hours a week, I will be able to do better with that. You know what keeps happening? The green light, it appears to go away and then come back. I'm sure that's not true. It's got to be there the entire time. Okay, right now, what I'm trying to do is figure out how to get John Reppion onto here. I know I have his regular email, so I will just John Reppion. I feel really terrible about writing. I'm an editor, for God's sake, but for some reason, if I turn this way and try to type on here, my coordination all flees out the window and I end up typing complete gibberish. Do you has? Okay, now I need his email address. Come on, thing. I'm very earnest. Link to oh, there it is. Link. Okay, let's see where we are. 183. 185. 185. Yes. 44 hours left. 5,833 pounds. We are within spitting distance, if I dare say that, of spitting distance. Not even spitting distance. 167 pounds will put us over 6,000 pounds. I feel like I might cry because 2 days ago, I decided that we were never going to get anywhere near 6,000 pounds, and we might not even get near 5,000 pounds. And now we're almost to 6,000 pounds, and we still have 44 hours. The entire world could change in 44 hours. Because everyone there who is watching this right now, you know who you are, because you see me, I'm pointing at you. You are, okay, don't laugh, don't cry. You are flipping awesome. You are all awesome. And this is like a horribly terrifying process to go through, where I'm like in front of you, wearing glasses, for God's sake. I never do that in front of people. Oh. And for some reason, you're helping me, and it is amazing. I'm going to tell you why it is important. I'm going to tell you about a couple of client experiences that I had. I had to, besides the woman who won an award, who's going to be on Saturday night, I had 2 clients who got offered book deals. One of them came to me with a book that she had a friend who was an agent who had read the book and thought it was good and thought she could probably get it published, but she said it needs it needs a major edit. She first hired Tim to write her a publish, I don't remember what we call it, a query pack sort of thing, like a query letter and a synopsis of the book and stuff. And she said, what about editing? It was romantic suspense. And Tim said, oh, I'm going to recommend you to Salome that I work with. And so she came to me. She was all dubious at first. Tim had to give her, you know, people had to write testimonial letters to make sure, so she would know that we weren't just some people trying to take her money for no reason. No, we don't do that, luckily. And then I started working with her, and she was at first utterly heartbroken. This isn't like a thing that happens with new writers. They get heartbroken because they have to go through the process of discovering that the book actually needs work. She was like, I thought you were just going to fix a few commas. But no, you actually had to do some major stuff to it. And it was pretty challenging for me, mostly because she kept wanting to put it right back to how it was, because she couldn't conceptually grasp that if she was going to get it published, she needed to get rid of certain things. And I'm pretty careful in this process. I do this balancing act in my mind where I go, well, this is the kind of publisher she's going to get, and they will do X to it. And so they'll probably be okay with this being in there, even if they end up taking it out. So it was 93,000 words long, and romance books are generally not that long. And I thought they're going to want it to be shorter. But I am not going to try to talk this author into dropping big chunks of it out, because she's resistant, and I need to battle the things that I can win that will help her get it published, and then they can tell her that they want it to be shorter, and they can help her make it shorter. That's the easier way. So we did what we did. It came out great. And even though it wasn't what I wanted, she signed with a very new press, but it seemed to have it was attached to a bigger company that was a known bigger company. Well, that turned out to be a horrible nightmare for her, and for a lot of other people who had signed with that press, but especially for her. So she eventually, with a great deal of trouble, got her rights back. And then I tried my best to convince her to get an agent, but she didn't have the patience for it. I got her to submit to a few agents who I thought might be a good fit for her, and she got turned down. Now, it's my impression that there was an agent that was interested, but at the time she had decided that she didn't need an agent, that an agent couldn't help her. This was before she had the first deal. And by the time it was over, it was too late. So then she didn't have the patience to wait for an agent, and she, without telling me, not that she had to tell me, right? I'm not in charge of anyone's book, but I thought that she would not want to go through the same thing she went through with another small publisher. So she sort of, without telling me until she actually had a contract, she said, what about these guys? And then I looked over the contract, and Tim looked over the contract, and I was like, I don't think so. I don't like this, and this about this contract. And she's like, no, but that is because of X. Like she had, and I was like, well, can you just wait until you hear back from this agent? And then the next day the agent said no. So I was like, all right, there's no stopping her. She's going to do it. So she signed with this place. Again, it went sideways pretty quickly. And it was really sad for her. And this is beginning to be the turning point for me, where I'm like, we need to step up what we do, because there need to be choices for people who want to publish their book with a small press. And there are some choices, but I see a lot of companies where I just don't think it's worth it for people. Like companies that accept hundreds of books and they pay their editors, I don't know, a third of a cent per word. And they hire people, and I've seen who they hire. They hire people who've never edited anything ever, who maybe have a little bit of education, who can like do a test of grammar or whatever. And they say on paper, it looks like they want people with some serious credentials, but in fact, they take people without very serious credentials, and they take people who I know are not really that great of editors. And maybe they become greater editors as they do it. That's possible. That's how people learn. But, you know, I'd be very surprised if those books make any money for the authors. And they're up there with millions of other books competing. They don't really seem to promote them very much. And they give them a tiny percentage. But because they have so many books, and because so much of the proceeds from the books they sell go to the publishing company, and because their expenses are really low because they have no physical existence, and they pay their editors a third of a cent per word, which is hilarious. Plus, they will pay them like 5% of royalties or something. So that way the editor is invested in trying to promote the book and get people to buy it. But I know from experience what a single person can do without a budget for promotion. Tell their friends. I mean, that's a good thing. But unless the book is freaking amazing, it's not going to do very much good. So it's like a system that sets the author up to fail. I don't know if these publishers actually make money. I have no idea. I don't know if this is a good model. They publish only ebooks. They don't publish print books at all. That's one subset of this sort of publisher. I'm not saying there are no good small publishers, but I see all these people being propelled into a system where their books are lost in a chaos of other books, or where massive expenses are taken out of their books, or where their sort of authors are screwed around. And then in order to get out of their contracts, they have to pay more money than the press has ever paid them, more money than their books have ever made. And what? Really, it's upsetting to me. And I understand very, very well how hard it is to make money as a publisher. But I also understand how hard it is to make money as an author. And I understand how much of a person's essence, vital energy, goes into writing a book. And honestly, I do not think it is fair for a press to take someone's book if they can't do something real with it. I feel a little bit guilty when we take books when we don't have enough money to properly market them. But I work my ass off. This is not network television. I can say ass here. I work my ass off to make sure that we do something good with the books that we get. I want to do more than work my ass off. I want to have a budget for each book so that I can make sure it finds its place. And there are several ways that several things I can do to do this. One, that love the book thing. If I love the book, I will do exactly what I would do if there was a book, any book I loved, whether we publish it or not. I will say, oh my God, have you read X? I know you like this sort of thing. You need to read this. This is a freaking amazing book. I want that to be every book we publish. It is very hard to find those books. It requires me to read a lot of books that I don't love. And I try really hard to love them. I try hard because I want writers to succeed. But having done this now for some time, I understand a lot better why books get turned away. And it's a bit heartbreaking. I know that everyone is as invested in their book. I mean, maybe not. You can tell some people have spent a long time making sure that their book is as good as they can get it themselves, or maybe they've had an editor help them. And some people, I mean, really, some people send a book in that my brain reacts to it as if it's been written in crayon in huge letters on the page, because it doesn't look like they've taken any time or care with it at all. And that's just not a level. Even if the book was amazing, we wouldn't be able to take it because we have this finite amount of resources, and we have to make it really good, really professional before we can put it out. And taking a book like that and making it professional enough will take too big a share of resources. So, and yet, some companies will take them. And I don't really wish anyone, I don't know whether I should say those companies shouldn't exist, because some people will probably be satisfied with just, my book was published by X, and look, there it is. And that will make them happy. I'd say most writers don't feel that way, though. They have some goals in mind that they want to accomplish as writers. And those presses aren't going to give them near those goals. I want us to be a press that will help them move toward a goal. And the goal is probably to be published by a bigger press, to be published by a press with a name that people recognize, to get a substantial advance, even if it's just $5,000. That's probably a very common advance now. And, get their books in bookstores. That's a reasonable goal. And a lot of people aren't even progressing toward that, much less, oh, now I'm getting hiccups. Sorry. I have some notifications. I'm about to have a live talk with John Reppion in a few minutes. I hope I am. I have sent John Reppion his link. I hope John Reppion, maybe John Reppion is there right now. I sent him a link. He's not there. Jan on Twitter just said she prefers me with glasses because it's very Diana Prince. How hilarious. It's hilarious to me. That's a lovely thing to say. I heard, yes, ping, 187. Oh my gosh, 5,983 pounds. Woo-hoo-hoo! Still in 44 hours. We have 17 pounds to go, and we will be at 6,000 pounds. I might cry when we reach 6,000 pounds. I'm going to try not to. Because how pathetic. I don't cry now, but I cry after 17 more pounds. That doesn't seem appropriate. Now I'm going to look at the backer report, and I'm going to see who it is. Peter. Thank you. Wow. Holy crap. Wow. Thank you, Peter. I'm just slightly taken aback. Awesome. I might cry now instead of in 17 pounds. Because I'm really ridiculous. Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who has contributed, who's thinking about contributed, who might ever have contributed, who's ever contributed to anything, ever, anywhere. Thank you. Now I will pull myself together. 44 more hours, huh? I think I'm going to start wearing sunglasses. It'll be better for us all. No, not really. I can hear cooking happening. Tim, did you hear 5,983? There was dancing. It's awesome when people dance in your house. I 8:30. Is it now? I don't know. Where is John Reppian? Tim and 2 others. Sandy, Adam. Hi, Adam. I don't know if you can see me. Adam is Hungarian. Maybe he says it differently. Adam, probably. And he somewhat knows Gabor. He contributed to our other Kickstarter, and he came to the Red Phone Box launch party, so I've met him. And I have a whole bunch of pictures with him sitting with us in a crowd of people. These people that, because of publishing, I tangentially know, and I almost never get to see them. But it's still cool. And he politely went around to all of us and made us sign his book, his copy of Red Phone Box. It was so cute. He actually messaged me beforehand and said, so what do people do at launch parties? And I was like, well, there are going to be a lot of authors there from the book. You could get your book signed. And so he like took it as like a serious thing that he had to do. And in the end, because of him, everyone started going around and getting everyone else to sign their books. There were like 9 out of 27 people who wrote for that book were at the party. And it was like a book signing festival. We just all walked around. Did you sign my book yet? It was like when you got your yearbook in high school or something and you take it to everyone on the last day and get them to sign. It was pretty much that, except with phone boxes. I cannot see John Reppian. So far, no John Reppian. I'm going to go on DM and see if I can DM him that long link. But it's quite long. I don't know if it will let me. Because have you noticed how fussy DMs are now? But it might let me because it's Google. I don't know if we will get him on video, but oh, it worked. So now I've sent it to him in 2 different ways. I was going to tell you about another person who went through the process of a small press and sort of jumped the gun a little bit. I worked with her for a long time on her book, and then she went to a pitch festival, and she pitched her book to an agent who I had recommended it to her, who any sensible fantasy writer would love to have as an agent. And the agent said, send me your first 50,000 words. This is a thing that will happen, right? So they'll either somehow fall in love with your whole manuscript and say, yes, send me the whole thing. That, I think, doesn't happen as often. They will say, no, not really interested. Or they will say, send me your first 50 pages. And then if they like those, they'll ask for the rest. So she asked for the 50 pages, but the one thing was she wanted the book to be 80,000 words long and no longer. And it was not 80,000 words long. It was, I'd say, 92,000 words long. So this is a thing that I don't usually try to do. I get Tim to help me because I, like many writers, fall in love with every word. And I fall in love with every word of everyone else's book too, once it's been worked on. And I think, well, I could take this out, but then I know this probably does need to come out. I will get Tim to take it out. Tim is a surgeon. He can precision go this, that, there. And I'm like, holy crap. Why is he so good at this? That's just the different nature of the way that we edit. So most often I will get him to help me cut things back. So I said to her, get it down to 80,000 words. Let's get Tim. So then Tim worked with her on it. And they also redid the very beginning of the book. Beginnings are a very tricky part of the book. You lose someone at the beginning, you're done, because they never get to the rest. And he felt that it needed a stronger, more active beginning. So he had her write this active beginning, and then he worked on that active beginning, worked it into the front of the thing, the front of the book, and he cut, I don't know, I think in the end he had to cut like 8,000 words. He got it right down there. He may have gotten it even a little bit shorter, like 78,000 words altogether. So then comes the shopping to agents thing. And this particular person did want to get an agent. And she and I talked about various agents that might be good for her. And she was sending it out, regularly, getting rejections, trying to keep it out with a certain number of agents at all times. And she started to get discouraged. Now, we tell people, make your target 100 rejections, especially when the manuscript has been worked so much and is so good and ready. It doesn't probably do anything to get 100 rejections if it's not ready, if it's full of typos, and you're going to get 100 or more rejections because no one is going to want it. I mean, maybe they will if they just really shouldn't probably be publishing books. But if it's ready, shoot for 100 rejections. And maybe you won't get that many and you'll get an agent. If you don't, at that time, try to reevaluate. Maybe you will have gotten a little bit of feedback. The trouble with feedback is, of course, everyone has a different opinion. But if you can get enough feedback that you can see which things are said often to you, this particular, I don't like X, there's not enough here, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I don't know. Hi. I don't know who you are, but hello. Nice that you're watching. I'm Diana Prince. No, not really, but I play her on YouTube. No, I don't. I'm just saying that to be funny. Why am I shouting? Because I can. Have you noticed how people now shout to be funny? Even on Twitter, they shout to be funny. So I'm starting to take that into my consciousness. I have not found John Reppion anywhere. Who's that person? Just trying to make sure I haven't missed. Oh, that's Adam. Tissue break. Anyway, I was in the middle of that story. She started to lose faith that the book was good enough. She started to think, oh, no one wants it. I'm not a good writer. I've done all this work and now I'm just going to be embarrassed because no one's ever going to take it. And she had a relative who was an editor at one of those ebook publishers. And she decided to approach them and they snapped it up. And she gratefully accepted their offer for no money. She signed with them though, so she was legally bound to that. And then before that happened, she had actually sent it directly to a publisher. And that publisher had never replied. It had been months. So in her head, she had written that off. She had been like, oh, they are not going to reply. So, oh, well, now I have this. Oh, phew, I'm so happy. And then without telling her, that publisher exercised one of its rights in the contract and transferred her rights to a different publisher that she'd never heard of in Wyoming. Not that there's anything wrong with Wyoming. It was a brand new publisher. It was edited by them. The editor was the only person she ever talked to. And she knew that because the editor told her that she was leaving, she wasn't going to be there anymore. They announced on their website that her book was forthcoming. They spelled her last name wrong on the book cover. She had contacted them about it several times and they hadn't fixed it. She didn't like the cover. Her main character was female. They had a picture of a guy's head on the cover, which didn't make any sense to her. And not that you always get choices about your cover. With big presses, they will just make a cover that they feel is marketable, and too bad for you. But that's okay. It at least usually makes sense with your book. So she was really uneasy about it. She waited months and months. Every time I asked her about it, she was like, no, nothing yet. I don't know what's happening. And then when she told me that her editor was leaving, I said, since she's leaving, why don't you ask her how hard it would be to get your rights back? You seem really unhappy with this. And in the meantime, the big publisher that she had contacted, this is the big deal, wrote to her and said, we love your book. Is it still available? You know, months after she submitted it, but it came in through slush. It didn't come in with an agent. So then she's like, oh, I could have had a deal with a big publisher. They're huge. I see their books everywhere. But she couldn't because she was signed with this publisher she'd never heard of in Wyoming. And some time passed, and then she actually received a reversion of rights agreement in the mail from them. And I was like, why? What happened? And she's like, I don't know. I think everyone is getting them. So then she went back to this big publisher and said, here's what happened. Are you still interested? Again, nothing. She never heard from them. So she lost that opportunity by being impatient. But in the meantime, the small press that she was counting on felt comfortable with because one of her relatives worked there, dumped her off into some completely unknown ebook press that basically screwed her around. I mean, that's what I see happening, and that is what makes me unhappy. And I know publishing is quite challenging, and that's why we have gone really, really slowly, because I don't want to break anyone's heart. I don't want to take their book and then say, no, sorry, we're not publishing your book because, well, X, Y, or Z happened, or man, this is a lot of work. I just feel like what a publisher will start up and then they'll go, oh man, I've taken on 40 books and I just found out all these books have to be edited. And I don't have enough help. And look what's happening. People are getting restless. And then there's all this pressure. The other day, Tim said to me, do you imagine there's an author out there who's not a maniac? I said, yes. And he was like, oh dear. And he proceeded to say, do you see how this or that person, imagine if you had like 4 of these various shouty editing clients. You had 4 of these, 5 of those, 3 of these, 18 altogether. It's pretty much a typical load of books. And you have to deal with all of them all the time yourself. That's what I imagine these publishers do. They take on all these books, and the authors are not easy to work with. That's how you can make yourself also get a book deal. Be easy to work with, because there are a lot of people who are like extremely demanding. I want you to do X, Y, and Z. And then you're like, well, you want me to do this, but here's this other person who I also have to do for, and their book is coming out first. And this emergency just happened with this other book, and I really have to deal with that right now. So being demanding isn't really a good thing for you to do. But also be choosy about who you sell your book to, because they can really not do a good job for you, and then you'll be sad. Please do not be sad on account of publishing with someone bad. That's my best, simplest advice. I wrote an article the other day on the book designer. You could go there and read it. Jason Rust, I want that anthology. Plus, Call Me Salome is Google hanging out for the drive's last 48 hours. That kind of commitment deserves a pledge. That is right, people. Someone sent me a message. Gmail. Okay. Okay, John Reppian. Let's see if I can add John Reppian the normal way now. Add a person. Yes. Yay! It worked. Woohoo! I don't know what's going to happen. He might only be on audio when he comes on. We shall see. I told him he didn't have to be on video. So exciting. I don't look like Cher. Tell me that I don't. So many people have said to me that I look like Cher. And I almost never wear my hair like this, but this is kind of a Cher looking hairdo. I sent it to him. Hopefully he can get here. No camera, no mic? Do you think they can all still see me? Can you still see me, Tim? It says no camera, no mic. Liar. Ooh, sparkly. Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building. You can? Woohoo! Can you hear me? Okay, so I am there. I mean, not in the room. You can hear me over your headset? Okay, awesome. Okay, I am now waiting for John Reppion to join me. I have sent him the link. Okay. John Reppion. Okay. John just tweeted, sitting in front of two PCs, neither of which are responding. I did promise it would be 8:30-ish. It's going to be 8:30-ish. So why us? Why would you trust us with this task? John Reppion tweeted, and you passed 6,000. Sorry. I didn't mean to scream. Yes, someone just messaged me. John Reppion tweeted, and you passed 6,000. More dancing. Dancing is awesome. Look, this is the thumb dance. I can't even do it now. Yes. 100. Okay, now, see, I told you I would cry when this happened. Such a big baby. 189 backers, 6,078. 6,078 pounds. And we're still on 44 hours. Oh. Who do we have to thank for this? Carolyn, or perhaps she says Caroline. Thank you very much. And Sizine. Woohoo! Sizine. smiling, crying. It's all one big emotional continuum on 48 Hours with Salome Jones. Some more people just followed me. So on to why us. It is not just because we're cool. It is not just because I have this awesome leather jacket. It is not just because we're good editors. It's because we really care about this. We sit and have discussions about this all the time. Look, he's coming on. His picture is a piece. It's either a snake eating its tail or John.
Hello?
Hey, it's you.
It's me, somehow. Yeah, sorry, lots and lots of technical difficulties and children difficulties and all sorts of difficulties.
Computer's not responding. I saw your tweet.
Yeah.
2 computers still not responding.
Yeah. I contemplated turning a third one on, but I thought I'd probably just concentrate on one of them and see if I could make the best of that. So.
Oh my lord, I might pass out now because you have your accent. I never get to hear that accent. There are all these English accents. There's not just one English accent. There's like, go 100 yards that way and you're in a different village and it's a slightly different accent. And John is from Liverpool, is that right?
I'm from Liverpool, yeah. Yeah, and there's about 4 or 5 different Liverpool accents anyway as well. I'm from South Liverpool, so yeah, I say cookbook. People from North Liverpool say cookbook. Not all of them, but you know. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Thank you. That was me taking a swig of beer. I've got beer, so I'm sorted. I'm all right.
Oh wow, I'm not going to get over your accent. It's amazing. Okay, let's talk about you.
Lovely. Yeah, that's my favourite thing to do. Not really. How are you doing anyway? How's this been going for you? I've tuned in a couple of times as much as I could, and it seems like you're doing really well. You're doing a really good job so far. So well done.
Oh, thank you. It seems okay. I had no idea how it was going to go because really put me in front of a camera for a really, really long time. That doesn't seem like a good idea. But it seems to be going okay. And Greg Stoltz came on for a little while. You know who Greg is because he wrote a story for Cthulhu Lives.
Yeah. I saw Greg very, very briefly on the screen as I was running in and out of the room trying to get stuff done. Yeah.
So that was okay. And people have been tweeting me questions and stuff. So at least I know some people are actually paying attention. And the Kickstarter itself is going up. It's kind of insane.
Well,
and lovely.
That's good news. People can't take the money back. Luckily, people can't make it go down as we're on air, so we can't do anything actually to damage it negatively. Surely.
Well, we have 189 backers now.
That is fantastic. That's brilliant.
£6,078.
That is amazing. Yeah, so that's gone up quite a bit today. Then.
It has. It's gone up shockingly. And you make me wish I had an English accent.
You have an amazing accent. You've got a much more interesting accent than mine. Honestly, I think a lot of people are probably a bit baffled when they speak to me. It's weird, isn't it, having these online relationships with people and we're all typing at each other all the time and you never get to hear what people actually sound like. It is strange when you actually realize that we have the ability to speak out loud.
We actually do. What a shock.
Yeah.
Do you have a certain way that you hear people in your head when you've never heard their voice? Do you hear them with an accent similar to yours, or do you hear them with a different accent?
I don't know. I sort of get the opposite, where there's the thing where listening to podcasts or listening to the radio or stuff, when you build up the picture of what people look like, and when people don't match up with how you've imagined them because of their voice, I always find it very hard then to kind of, when I'm not looking at the person, I'll go back to my imagined version of them. I don't know so much that I imagine accents and voices, but definitely I will imagine how somebody physically looks based on their voice a lot more.
Yeah,
It's a weird thing.
it is. I do that too. But I also hear people's voice in my head as I'm reading their like tweets or whatever.
Yeah.
And I almost always imagine them with an American accent, even if I know they're English.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
Yeah.
weird.
It's just my head voice is American.
Well, that this comes back to, excuse me. This is probably an interesting thing years ago when Leah and I were at a convention with Katie Murphy, who's an Irish author. Well, she's American, but she lives in Ireland. Katie, you are American, aren't you? You're not Canadian. No, she's American. Yeah, that's. But she was saying about when people read prose, how many people like this? This was in a room full of people. How many people put your hands up? Who just gets pictures automatically in their head? And most of the people put their hands up, and I totally don't. I totally didn't put my hand up, and I don't get this kind of this audio visual. I don't get cinemascope stuff happening when I read prose. And I think a lot of people who enjoy reading, a lot of people in general, get this kind of full 3D visualization of what's going on. But as an author, I'm not a person who does that at all. Leah does. Leah's got an incredibly visual mind. Anything she reads, it builds up into pictures in her head, and she gets sounds and smells and everything. I don't. Stories are still words on paper to me, but they've got to be arranged in a nice way so that they're worth reading. So it's weird how even something as basic as reading and how you understand stories and stuff can be processed so differently from one person to another. And when me and Leah we write together, we work together all the time, and yet we're kind of wired up completely differently, both of us. So it's weird how you saying you hear people's accents. It's never really occurred to me. I words on the page or words on the screen kind of remain as words to me all the time. I just have to do extra work behind that in my head. So yeah, strange.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yes, I have John Reppion on.
Hi, John.
Hello, you all right?
Okay. Okay. I had something I was going to say to you, but it's flown out of my head. After only being on here for 5 hours, I'm already can't remember anything from 1 minute to the next. Talk about the book project that we worked on together.
Yeah, about Cthulhu Lives. Well, basically, my involvement in Cthulhu Lives it's a bit of a. I kind of feel like I've cheated on it a bit, really, compared to the other guys involved. And there's some amazing stories in the book. I'm really proud to be part of the book. But my story on the banks of the River Jordan was basically a pre-existing story. It was something I wrote a few years previously, and it was published in a really limited little run by Swan River Press in Dublin, who are doing amazing work now. Little indie press, doing a lot of Sheridan Le Fanu stuff and lots of ghost story stuff. But basically, Brian Showers over in Dublin, he used to do these little pamphlets called Haunted Histories. And a lot of different authors contributed to it, and he was nice enough to ask me to contribute one. So that was my story I wrote for that. I think there were only, I've forgotten how many there were. There's only like 120 or something of these little pamphlets printed. And I wrote the story for that and kind of almost forgot about it, to be honest. And then I saw the call for submissions when I was, I can't really remember how I got to the Ghostwoods site originally, but saw it and thought, this is brilliant. This is something I'd love to be involved with. As usual, I haven't got time to do anything, and then I sort of thought, I've got that story that I think might fit for this. So yeah, submitted it, and yeah.
It came out really well. And we did just a little bit of work on it. I mean, it was already such a strong story, but we like to get our fingers into everything. And just, especially for a collection of stories, you want them all to have some similar something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was something that wasn't edited when I first wrote it, and it was a few years back, like I say. So I hopefully I've moved on a bit myself anyway. But all the stuff that we went through with it, I was really happy with, and I was really because it's kind of it was written as a sort of a Lovecraft pastiche to sort of an M.R. James Lovecraft thing that I was doing, and it was a little bit purple prose in places. There were some very long sentences, so it was nice to get some full stops in there, some full stops and semicolons.
Yeah, yeah. It was a good story, and I have to say that that story perhaps has gotten the most positive feedback where people have singled it out. I mean,
Wow.
usually they'll name, 3 or 4 stories that are their favorites, but I think that one has been included in more people's list of favorites than any other.
Right, that's very flattering for me, and it's been nice. I've got really nice feedback on it myself, but it's I feel like I should hurry up and do something else, to be honest, because I don't get to do very much prose writing. I'm mainly doing the comic stuff and not even doing that much of that at the moment because I should probably explain. I'm saying Leah. My wife Leah Moore is the person I co-write comics with. That's our day job most of the time, but at the moment Leah is editing and supervising whatever else. She's overseeing the this Electra Comics thing, this big project, which lots of amazing people are involved with. Leah's dad, who happens to be Alan Moore, who everybody already knows that probably, is involved in, and Pete Hogan and Garth Ennis and all these amazing writers and amazing artists. So that is keeping her very busy, and I'm doing a lot of washing up and looking after 3 children. So there's kind of comic stuff to be done and no time for any of this prose stuff, which I would really love to be cracking on with, especially now that people are saying, "Oh, I really like that thing. What are you going to do next?" So
Yeah. Well, and that's what we're hoping will happen, that you will write for Haunted Futures. If we raise all this money, we're going to get you to write another story for Haunted Futures.
Yeah, which I would absolutely love to do. I did a little blog thing where I was mentioning about all different stuff that was going on, but I said in that, it's funny how the my Banks of the River Jordan story, which is all set in Liverpool, it's not actually anything to do with Jordan and stuff. It's that was the nickname that little river was given in Liverpool, so it's kind of a Liverpool Lovecraft thing. But that was originally written, as I say, for this Swan River Press, but that was the Haunted History series, so it's like the first thing I've done for you guys is from Haunted Histories, and then it's this Haunted Futures is the thing that
Oh my gosh, that is hilarious.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Well, I really hope that we get to do the book, and I really hope that you get to be in it, and I'm so happy that you contributed that story to Cthulhu Lives. Every story adds something, but when you get a story that is really perfect for the book, it can be kind of a centerpiece for that book, and everything else extends out from there. It really is like an important piece in that book.
Oh, thank you very much for saying. I mean, they're all brilliant, and it's a really good range of stuff as well. It's so nice to see something that's not so sort of bogged down in the mythos stuff, and not trying to be full on Lovecraft so much, and and then the more Lovecrafty ones, they don't come off as if like, oh, I'm already fed up with this because everybody's been saying Eldritch and Cyclopean and all the rest.
Yeah, what I really wanted for that book was for it to be something that modern readers could enjoy without the sentences that went on for a page. If you're going to read, as someone said to me recently, if you're going to read that, read actual Lovecraft.
Yeah, Exactly. Yeah.
You don't need to read a modern writer trying to imitate Lovecraft.
No. No, but it's it's stuff that's truly inspired by jumping off from his stuff without being too bogged down. And there's nothing wrong with being too bogged down. I love some of the deep mythos stuff, but it was nice to be, like you say, basically. I think hopefully it's accessible to people who aren't even Lovecraft readers, who just sort of it's that stuff that is, as I say, inspired by his stuff and within the same world, or kind of blending our world and that world.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And also, back then, writing prose tended to have a lot more exposition in it, a lot more telling, explanation type stuff, and readers aren't as patient with that now.
Yeah.
So I wanted it to be a bit modern from that perspective. And also, like with your story, it involves email. You did a take on something that used to be done with letters,
Yeah.
like an epistolary novel, and you did it with email instead.
Yeah.
So
Just another cheat. Just me cheating, really. So I don't have to explain too much.
no, but it's great. I mean, I felt like a number of people took something that Lovecraft himself would not have had access to at his time and worked it into a story that he could have related to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the now in all modern horror we have to dispense with mobile phones as quickly as possible, don't we? Everybody has to go, oh, I've got no signal, oh, my battery's dead. But it's nice to incorporate that, kind of work with that stuff rather than just go, oh yeah, I need to make sure that everybody knows they haven't got access to all those things they should have access to.
Right.
So, yeah.
Or you have to set it in the past.
Well, yeah, or you can just do that, yeah.
The cheat. Yeah. Well, yes. So fingers crossed this is going to happen.
Yeah.
We still have 43 hours, and it's actually gone up. I don't know how much it was when we started, but it's gone up quite a significant amount. More than £1,000 in a few hours.
Well, that is fantastic, isn't it? That's well worth staying up 2 days for, he says, after only coming on for 25 minutes.
Yes. Well, who knows if I'll be able to stay up the entire time, but there's going to be some times when absolutely no one is watching and me sitting here just, I could like put a sleeping sign on my forehead and just sit here like this. I could put my sunglasses on and a sleeping sign. Who would ever know? Well, I appreciate you taking the time to come on. I know everyone is so busy because I sort of did this last minute, but I decided that I had to try because if you're going to do something, you have to do it all the way.
Yeah, definitely. No, and I think it's a really cool idea. I'm really pleased to have been asked on. I'm really pleased to have been involved in the books that have happened, and hopefully the books that will happen. I mean, there's been fantastic response. Even though we're doing this final push now, the people have been so positive about the whole campaign and everything. People have been tweeting and Facebooking really nice things to me about the whole thing, and really interested in Ghostwoods as a company. And I read that lovely blog today. I've forgotten the guy.
Damon Walter.
Yeah, that was fantastic, and that was spot on. No, it's cool stuff that you're doing. It's nice to be a part of it.
Yeah. Well, good. We're so glad to have you be a part of it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, I know that you don't have very much time because you're looking after kids. I don't want to keep you beyond your time. I don't also want to kick you off.
No. I'm kind of okay for the minute. I think I don't think there's any immediate emergencies, so I can probably hang around for a little bit longer. I'm so bad. I should be like tweeting and doing stuff at the same time. I'm so not good at multitasking things. So I should be typing and conversing with people at the same time.
I'm not good at it either. You notice how because when I'm here by myself, I will find a way to force myself to type to people because I'm like, really? Everyone has to be utterly bored out of their minds. I'm going to start hearing screams from the street of people just like going berserk because when will she ever stop talking? So far that hasn't happened, but I want to make sure it doesn't, so I try to get people to come on and ask me questions and stuff.
I'm gonna try and just Facebook now if I can, just on my page, just to let people know that I'm on here.
Okay.
I'm just warning you my pausing and
I'm going to type about it too.
Okay. Oh, I see. Now I'm narrating what I'm doing. I'm sorry, it's terrible.
It's okay. I don't mind. It's a miracle I don't do that too. Now what's for the accent of people from Liverpool? People from Liverpool are called something, not anything bad.
Yeah, lots of things called Scousers.
Yeah, Scousers.
Yeah.
And can I Scouser accent?
Sorry?
Can I say you have a Scouser accent?
Yeah, a Scouse accent. Yeah.
Scouse accent.
Yeah. Yeah, Scouse is actually a sort of stew, and we're called Scousers because we supposedly eat this sort of stew. It's a weird thing.
Well, this will probably make you slightly annoyed, but the only people I've ever heard with your accent are the Beatles.
The Beatles have got a very strange accent. This is what I never understand. The Beatles don't sound like they're from Liverpool. The Beatles sound like they're from Birmingham to me, which is what I always say to anybody who does a Beatles impression, is that they sound like a Brummie. But you see, this is ridiculous Britishness, as you were saying, where we've all got these huge amount of accents where we're all like, oh no, that's the wrong accent, that's the wrong accent. So yeah, anybody who does an impression of the Beatles usually goes, oh no, I'm the Beatles, which is
that must drive you crazy.
It's pretty much an Ozzy Osbourne impression. And Ozzy Osbourne is from Birmingham, so it doesn't bother me. But you know, it's just one of those weird things. I imagine that the thing is, everybody in England just has one accent for the whole of America anyway. So everybody probably just has like a Texas, some sort of terrible Texas accent to be American.
There's an actor. I don't know who he is. I've only seen him in one thing, and I can't get a grip on what that thing was. It was a long time ago. But maybe this will mean something to you. Do you know The Orb?
The Orb, the group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they used an outtake from that movie in a video for one of their songs where they had him talking. And he was saying something about the ubiquitous barcode.
No, yeah. I vaguely remember that, but uselessly, I couldn't tell you who it was or what it was from. But yes, I kind of half know what you mean. Somebody should tell us. This is the point.
Tell us if anyone knows. He was talking about the sign of the apocalypse. And, the New Testament, whatever that chapter is, where they talk about the 666, and he was explaining how it was similar to the barcode.
Yeah, it's supposed to, the 3 sixes are the beginning, middle, and end points of a barcode anyway, aren't they? I remember that from when I was like 15 or something, or whenever that song was out, Everybody was like, oh, yeah, no, but that's right, that's true, that.
Well, his accent sounds a lot like yours to me. I don't know if that's his real accent.
I totally can't remember who...
I'll find out at some point.
It's probably like a Manchester accent, and you've really insulted everybody now.
Uh-oh.
Because there's 35 miles between us and them, and it's another world.
I spelled it with a W. I'm sorry. Scouse, not with a W.
Oh, it should be with a U. So I'm not even reading and talking at the same time properly now.
Talking and writing are two different things. This is why I don't normally talk and write at the same time, because it doesn't work out very well.
So, is there anybody else coming on this evening apart from myself? Or is it? So there's a few people on tomorrow.
Yes, I might actually get Tim to come on a bit later, but I don't have anyone scheduled. I was hoping I was going to get Lehman Kessler to come on, and we almost worked it out, but it's his daughter's first birthday this weekend.
Excuses.
Yes, I think he was sucked into party planning.
No, that's a pretty decent excuse. No, that would have been cool. That would have been cool.
I'm updating Twitter. Whoops. About where it is. If anyone who's listening knows. This is how I can't really type and make words make sense at the same time.
Now I'm looking at Twitter and seeing things that other people are doing at the same time, as well as trying to type stuff. Yeah, of course I see that a lot of comics folk are at the Lakes Comic Festival this weekend. So a lot of my people are yet another con. They're all back from New York Comic Con. They've all gone to Lakes Con. There's London. There's one in London next weekend, I think. Everybody just goes to all these conventions. It's amazing. I don't know how they find any time to do any work.
I know. They must be tired.
Yeah.
No wonder people in this business are tired.
Yeah.
Tired but happy.
Sometimes.
So yeah, Damien Walter wrote that article completely unexpectedly. That was a lovely thing for him to do.
That was a really cool piece, and I think I think the more people understand exactly what you guys are trying to do, the more everybody's going to want to get behind you, because people should go to the website, not just go to the Kickstarter, but actually go to the website and check things out and see how you guys operate, because it's so transparent. You're explaining everything that you're doing when you're trying to do, with the Kickstarter, saying exactly what you want the money for, what you're going to do with it, and not that people don't do that with their Kickstarters normally, but I just mean that it's kind of, if you're basically saying, oh look, this is what being a publisher and how publishing works, and there's it's demystifying it, and it's saying to people, so if you just get involved with this, then we can do this, and that just seems so perfect. Right. I don't know why people wouldn't want to get involved.
Yeah. I think that kind of transparency is extremely important, because it is like some occult ritual that the secrets do not leave this room.
Yeah.
And in a way, that is what allows people to get involved with bad publishers, because they don't know anything about any publishers.
Yeah, they don't know how they don't know how it would work without all these people telling them, no, it's all right, you just leave that to us, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you feel that as the editor for Cthulhu Lives that I asked you way too many questions about what you would like?
No, I thought it was a really positive thing actually being edited, because in comics in general, I've been writing comics for 10 years now. Is it 11 years now? And so work with a lot of editors in comics, and some people edit you and some people don't in comics. That's basically the way it works. Some people kind of just go, yeah, that's fine, or some people really go, I think this person should do this, I think this person should do that. And one of the things you have to learn as you go along is that, like, oh, if you're gonna get upset about something not having been sorted out, you better make sure that you're on the ball, basically. You've got to make sure that you know everything that's going on. You've got to not leave it to anybody else to to catch it. But when people work with you and work very positively and say, I understand why you're doing that, how come you've used this spelling of this word, how come you've made that person say that when there's this thing that contradicts it, that is so useful, because it's coming at it from a reader's point of view in terms of comics and in terms of prose. It's somebody saying, well, I'm not you, I'm thinking outside of your head and I can see these things, and that is really key. It's having somebody to bounce it off and to sort of tell you how it looks from another person's perspective.
Yeah.
And not try and be too prescriptive with it, not try and say, I want this from you, but if they're working with you, which I definitely felt was the case on the Cthulhu Lives thing, it's really positive, and I think it's polished the story uploads, it's tightened it up, and I'm really, really grateful for the experience. As well as having it published, it was really, really nice to be edited in that way and to work with somebody that way.
Yeah. I love working as an editor with people because you get to see inside all these different creative minds, and if you're not trying to lord it over them, but actually do what's best for the story, which I think should always be the goal, but not the story that you as an editor would tell, but the story that that person is telling, I think you'll have a great back and forth with them. You won't have any problems. The reason I was so fussy at that last thing about that hyphen is because I have actually had some, probably you would never do this because you've been edited a million times and you're, as you said, you get used to it. You just like, whatever, it's a tiny edit, who cares? But I have had an editor go off on me about how their story was ruined by a typo in the middle of it. And I read the page. Tim and I had both been over that page, and I'm like, well, I don't see a typo. I'm not sure what you mean. Yes, right here, there should be this word, and it's not there. And I'm like, but it doesn't seem to need to be there. No, it does. Otherwise, X. And I'm like, well, I don't really see that. And he was furious. And then he was like, well, whatever, nothing is perfect. But he seems so disappointed. So now it is something that is like pretty great, actually, and Gethin and I both read it, and he pointed out to me that the same word had a hyphen in one place and not in another, but I could see why.
Yeah.
I could see that one of them was part of the text that the narrator was telling, and one of them was a quote out of an old book. I was like, I think it's okay, but it didn't dawn on me that someone might go, oh, these are different. Uh-oh, there's a problem.
I was so pleased that you understood why I'd done it, because, as I say, I wrote the story a few years ago, so I kind of forgotten. And you said to me, "Oh, I've spotted this where this word is hyphenated, but is it because this word is not hyphenated in sort of when you're typing it in modern times, but it's hyphenated in this old text, and then when you refer back to it, you're quoting it from the old text." And I was like, that's so convoluted, but yes, that's exactly why I've done it. But of course, there's no reason for me to do it at all. You're completely right. Just lose the hyphen from the third instance of it. But I was just so amazed that you'd actually gone, oh, I see. I can completely understand the route by which you've arrived at this. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, what is wrong with my brain that it has done that? But also, what is wrong with yours that you can unpick it as well?
Yes, we have the same flaw in our brains. Well, I mean, that's good. Now I know about you that you will not blow a gasket if I point out some tiny thing that I want to just be sure of, which is a good thing to know.
Yeah, no, definitely not. As long as it's not like a big, gaping plot hole, then I'll, go mad and start throwing chairs and stuff. just a hyphen, I can afford to lose that.
We will try to do that. Do you know who Mo Ali is? You do, right?
Yeah, I know Mo, yeah.
He said something about your accent.
Oh, yeah, I've seen, that's a proper...
That's a proper Scouse accent. Oh, you're reading it, too.
I can see, yeah.
A proper Scouse accent.
You see, I'm saying about how, there's all these different regional things. Mo just lives down south, as far as I'm concerned. I know he works in London, and but he lives somewhere that's close to London. But as far as I'm concerned, Mo's just from London. So it's just kind of, there's just a cut-off point, isn't there? Where as much as I'm saying to you, Manchester is only 35 miles away. There's North Liverpool and there's South Liverpool. But anybody who just lives below a certain line is just the south. That's fine.
Well, you know Mo, don't you?
I know. I mean, I know Mo online a lot, and we've done a lot of. I wrote a 800 Years of Haunted Liverpool, a guidebook sort of / ghost spotters guide thing for Liverpool years and years ago, and Mo used to be on back in the days when we had a message board. Leah and I, Mo was on the message board, and Mo did some amazing little. What are they even called? The things that you have in the front of books that you sign. Word dropped out of my universe there.
You mean those things that you stick into books, or like the signing pages?
Yeah, that you stick in the front of a book. I can't think what they're called. Yes, but Mo did some amazing ones of them for me for 800 Years of Haunted Liverpool. Mo's just done a brilliant comic with Andy Bloor called Midnight Man, which is coming out soon, which I've written a blurb for, and so Mo's just, I've basically bribed Mo to just come on and say nice things really on Twitter.
Is he listening to us?
I don't know. I do not know.
No, can you hear us? Can you see John? He's a snake.
Give us a sign. Give us a sign if you can hear us.
Make the desk shake.
No, don't do that. You spill my beer.
You can make my desk shake. Oh no, I'll move this. If you can make my desk shake from there, I'm going to be worried about your powers. So just type something on Twitter. That would be better.
Yeah, we don't want to start turning this into some sort of special electronic seance.
I don't know. That could be fun.
That could be cool.
But it seems unlikely.
Raise the money or we raise the dead.
Did you hear that? Raise the money or... Ooh. Sorry. After you do this for several hours, you go insane.
Well,
It's a good thing.
You've only got another 20 or 40 or so to go. Not many at all.
40. There I am frozen on the screen. You're actually on the TV. Wow. Someone just wrote that I'm on their TV.
Wow, that's futuristic. I'm glad I didn't get the other computer working, so I'm not on the screen. So I'm actually holding a really rubbish little microphone that I've had to plug into my computer. Like a little I can't think what the shop is that you get all the radio parts from. Not Radio Shack, because that's not in this country. But yeah, terrible little grey plastic thing, like a children's microphone that I'm holding.
Book plates.
Book plates, of course, is the yeah.
I couldn't think of it either. I can't think of anything when the camera's on me. I can think about, okay, I have to keep saying things now. That's pretty much it. It sounds simple, but it isn't. So, have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs test?
I have not.
Oh, so I can't ask you about that.
Sorry, that was the wrong answer.
No, it wasn't the wrong answer. I just was interested to know whether you were, if you knew what your personality type was, whether you knew if you were an introvert or an extrovert.
No, I have no idea. I think I'd be worried to find out.
You'd be worried to find out?
Yeah, I think it would be kind of pigeonholing in one respect or the other.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we won't talk about it then.
No, I'm not. This is an outrage. How dare you ask me such a question?
Do not try to define me as an introvert or an extrovert. Okay, I won't. So now you're just staying home and taking care of kids. You have like a reverse. I mean, not there are more men staying home and taking care of kids, but do you get that? Do people be like, "What? Your wife is out doing the stuff and you're staying home with kids?"
Well, no, I mean she's here as well. We both we both worked from home the whole time, and
Oh,
it's just that we share we usually share writing and we share the kids. But basically, Leah has got a lot of administrative stuff she has to do because of this project she's working in. So she basically is on the phone and emailing stuff. She's off to London tomorrow to do the Wired event. She's doing a workshop and an electrocomics workshop, which is helping people to understand the mechanics of comics and how comics can translate into the digital medium, which is what the Electrocomics project is all about. But the Electrocomics is all done through a grant and with academic partners and everything. So it's very research heavy and it's very kind of lots of box ticking and stuff. So it's amazing. It's a brilliant thing to be involved in. But I've written half a story as usual and kind of gone, oh yeah, that's my bit. Whereas Leah's doing all this heavy editorial stuff and organising things and sorting contracts and all stuff like that. So it's a bit more time consuming than basically where we used to do. The way we used to work was that we would kind of break comics up into chunks. We'd break story up into chunks, and then we would end up with a story all roughed out and broken down, and we'd say, you go and do 5 pages, I'll go and do 5 pages, combine those pages, we've got 10 pages done today, and that's how we do our scripts. So we've always kind of worked on a sort of conveyor belt system between the two of us. This just isn't a project we can do that now. So
that's good to know, because what it means for me is that if I want to get you involved in a project where I like the idea of doing collaborative prose books where people write pieces that go together, which is sort of what you just said about what you do with her.
Yeah.
And you can do it with like 6 or 7 people and actually get a whole book written a lot faster than you would if it was just one.
Yeah, as you guys have done, of course.
Well, we have done it, but it didn't happen faster. It happened. It took a long time because we had more than 20 writers, and when you get to that number of different heads, there's a lot of working out to do.
Yeah.
But with like say 6, it could be 4, 6. It could be really a cool project, and not everyone is good at that sort of thing.
No, I did a little. There was a little book of 3 short stories that myself, Allegra Hawksmoor, and Dylan Fox wrote together because I used to write for Steampunk magazine quite a lot. Hopefully will again when more stuff comes out. But they were both contributors, and Allegra actually edited for a while. And we did a little book that was 3 stories. There was actually about 6 of us, but they got split in 2. So Magpie Killjoy did one that was published through his own stuff, and then we did this one which was called Journeys in the Winterlands. But that was three short stories which all tie in together. The characters overlap, the plots overlap, and that was a really fun thing to do because it's nice to collaborate with people. It's nice to do that world building together, but then to be able to kind of run off on your own and go, oh, this is what I've done with it. How is that going to affect yours, or is it not going to affect yours? That is cool stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's quite fun to work on, and if you can make it, really work, it's quite fun to read.
Yeah, it's nice to get that thing where you're not sure, you've switched between authors or you're not sure how much one author has said, when I want you to continue this thread through, or it's cool to not know exactly where the stuff's coming from. It's weird, isn't it? Because if you just read a prose novel, it's not like you think, God, I'm really tired of this woman's voice. This one person writing all the time. I wish somebody else would come into it. But if you're in an anthology, you can sometimes think, I really like that one. I didn't like that one because of the way they've done that. Blah, blah, blah. If you've got the shared world thing, I think there's much more. There's a bit of a hopefully in a good sort of collaborative world. There's a bit of cohesion and there's a bit of something kind of running through the whole thing, some thread, and that makes you think, oh, that's really, that's cool. It makes it more realistic, I suppose, in a way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's real life. It's all these things from different people's points of view.
As a writer, what I like about it is different people will come up with things that I would not have thought of in a million years. Even take my character and then make something happen to that character that will completely be like, what? Oh my God. But also, wow, that is amazing. I'm so glad you did that because now I can make it do this. And, if you're stuck with just not that it's necessarily always a bad thing, but when you're just writing by yourself, you have what's in your own brain. And you get a bunch of brains. It's like having spare brains plugged into your head, and you can draw resources from everyone else's thinking and imagination, and they might go a place where you never would have gone, and then you're re-inspired to create some more stuff on top of it. I love that sort of collaboration. It's amazing.
It's just making me think, there's this, just coming back to the Lovecraft thing, there's an amazing story where Lovecraft collaborated with as people were kind of finishing, that they wrote, I don't think they were even writing full chapters, but they were writing chunks of prose, and then somebody else was finishing it, and the only other person I can remember who's doing it is Robert E. Howard. And this kind of, Lovecraft does this thing where, I wish I could remember it better, but Lovecraft does the typical Lovecraft thing where it is all terrible and everything is ruined. I think somebody's been transferred into some sort of alien body and it is a nightmare. And then he sort of passes the story on to Robert E. Howard, and then Robert E. Howard's story picks up and says, and of course he realised being transferred into an alien body was amazing because he was so strong and powerful, and he just killed everybody who was in, and it's so cool to see. That's a kind of a terrible example of a story being, sharing a world and all being nice, and I don't know who wrote that bit, but it's just this really cool. The clash of their two styles, and they must have been doing it because they were friends and correspondents. He must have been saying, "Oh, this is what I would do. Oh, well, this is what I would do, Howard."
Right.
But it's cool to see that sort of thing. Yeah, to play with those things, like you say, for somebody to do something with your character, and then for you to go, I would have never thought of that. Not maybe not kind of subvert it that much, but yeah.
Someone just tweeted that they were watching us hang out. Hi, Ed.
Hello.
I'm here with John Reppion, if you're just joining us. John Reppion is an author of many, 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 many things. Including a story that we published of his in an anthology called Cthulhu Lives, and that story is called On the Banks of the River Jordan, which is set in Liverpool, which is where he's from, which is why he has this awesome accent.
It's set in Liverpool, and I'm the main character in it, so it's the most self-referential thing you could imagine.
But it's really a cool story. Not that would stop it. Sorry, I have, of course, caught this silly cold, and my nose is not doing what it should do, which is stop annoying me. Can you talk about some of the comics that you've worked on?
Yeah. As I say, I'm not getting to do much comic stuff recently. I mean, something that we are working on at the moment is we are working on a series for the Judge Dredd magazine, 2018 Judge Dredd magazine, which is called Storm Warning and is set in Britsit, which is there's Mega City, which is the sort of American Judge Dredd bit, and there's Britsit, which is the more quirky British side of it. So it's Britsit side division, which is all the psychics and the weirdos and the freaks. So that's cool, and that's been fun to write. That's going well, but that's just kind of I don't think that's going to be out till next year, start until next year. So it's something that we've written the first 3 parts. We've got another 3 parts to write, but we're sort of a bit ahead of schedule with that, so that's going good. Previous to that, wrote something else for 2018 called Black Shuck, which was it was Vikings versus Trolls is how we summed it up. It was kind of just a big load of monster fighting, fun romp. It was trying to be very unintelligent is the wrong word, but it was basically I sort of thought it would be fun to do a kind of something that was a bit more like the heavy metal comics, but it was strange because we conceived it as that. We imagined it with somebody doing this kind of amazingly intricate, huge-armed, kind of drooling Bisley style art on it, and then we ended up with Steve Yarl, who totally isn't that, but Steve Yarl's an amazing artist, so it came out very different to how we wrote it. But that's the weird thing about comics, and the beautiful thing about comics is such a collaborative medium. You're working with kind of 4, 5, 6 other people, and as the writer, you kind of get the easiest end of it, because you just say, I want the moon on a stick. I want a billion million people coming over a hill, and then they all burst into flames, and then somebody has to draw that. So you basically just imagine the coolest thing you want to happen, and in prose, even in prose, you would have to describe it unless you started getting into unnameable, unfathomable territory, as Lovecraft often did. But in comics, you basically just say, please, can you draw a enormous battle scene, and then some poor artist has to draw it. And sometimes they don't like that, which is weird, isn't it? You'd think they'd love that. But no, that was cool. That was a nice thing to do. I suppose the things we're best known for, Leah and I, are we adapted Bram Stoker's Dracula into a graphic novel, which is the complete Dracula. So we reintroduced Dracula's guest as the first chapter, which a lot of Dracula scholars would argue is not exactly right, and it isn't exactly right, but it was part of the book originally. So Les Klinger, who has just written a fantastic new big annotated Lovecraft book, which I've got on my table at the moment, he wrote an annotated Dracula book, and he also wrote brilliant annotated Sherlock Holmes books, and we've been in touch with Les for years, and Les was very good to be a correspondent with us when we were doing the Dracula book. But that's something that went really well, and we got to go over to Dublin to the Writers' Museum, and a copy of our Dracula graphic novel is kept at the Writers' Museum not next to, but with a first edition copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula, and we did a big talk there. So that was really cool, and that was something I didn't go to university. Leo went to university. I didn't go to university, but I always say that I feel like that was my that I felt like I went to university when we did the Dracula book, because it was something that needed so much research. We put so much into it, and we were in touch with all these Dracula scholars, and we'd actually be debating stuff about the text, and with these people who had actually written these incredibly Bram Stoker's notes, actually working off his own notes. So that was amazing. That was something that we loved, and that was basically we got kind of addicted to the adaptation thing. And obviously Dracula is epistolary, so yeah, again the River Jordan story sort of comes a bit from my love of Dracula, because of the amazing thing about Dracula. Well, one of the amazing things about Dracula is the story taking place between all these bits of correspondence, and especially at the beginning of the book when people don't know what's going on, you've got these letters and newspaper clippings and stuff, and very much like Lovecraft's Call of Cthulhu. I like that you say Cthulhu, by the way, that because I've just been saying Cthulhu, but I know that like the likes of, if I ever meet Ramsey Campbell, which I have a few times, and you know, some of the hardcore Lovecraft people will do the proper Lovecraftian pronunciation of Cthulhu, which is very difficult to just do in normal conversation over and over again.
Yes. Have you seen that Cthulhu lives here, and he's small and cute, and we call him Lulu. So I'm actually making it bigger to say Cthulhu.
But yes, sorry.
It's okay.
So after the Dracula thing, we basically wrote a couple of Sherlock Holmes books, which were our own takes. They're original mysteries done by us, they're not Conan Doyle mysteries. But again, because we were into all this heavy research stuff, we wanted to do stuff that fitted in with the canon, but is kind of slightly removed from the canon. So we've done a bit of a trick where, because everything that it was published in the Strand, the Conan Doyle stories, pretend to have been authored by Watson. We say, oh right, well, obviously Watson changed the names and the dates and stuff because he's publishing all this stuff in the Strand. We basically remove Conan Doyle from the equation and say, you know, because Holmes refers to Watson as his biographer, and Holmes says, you know, he knows that Watson is publishing these stories in Conan Doyle stories, so it's all basically, you just have to remove Conan Doyle from it. It all makes sense. So our stories are kind of, they fit into the canon, but they've got some stuff changed, so that it's a little bit more bouncy, a little bit different, and so that basically all the Holmes enthusiasts will enjoy picking the stuff out of it, but won't necessarily know what's coming next with it. So they were really good. We've done 2 of them, and actually just written another short Holmes comic recently for a book which is a prose book, which is in the company of Sherlock Holmes, which is Les Klinger, who brought who did all these annotations, who brought the case against the Conan Doyle estate, the Free Sherlock case, which was to say that everybody is allowed to use Sherlock Holmes without paying the Conan Doyle estate because of the copyright. So that's the new book from Les, and we've got the only comic strip in there, which is Chris Doherty and Adam Cadwell did the artwork for us. So we've got just this cool little 8-page comic in the middle of this prose book. So yeah, kind of Victoriana stuff is we've hovered around, and like I say, I wrote for Steampunk magazine, but a lot of that stuff does actually stem from doing the Dracula book. We were interested in it before, but you get so your head gets so far into all this research stuff, and there's so much stuff you can't use. There's so much fodder that you just have lying around, and that is I think that's one of the nicest things about being a writer is I did tweet a picture of the state of my desk earlier, which is absolutely awful at the moment. But there's little notebooks and stuff here. I picked up a notebook today and found that I'd planned out a novel basically that I'd forgotten about. And I found a document today on the computer that was perfect for something my agent was asking me for. He said, "Have you got anything lying around?" And I was like, "Oh, why would I have things lying around? I'd have used them." But then I actually sent him an email and said, "Oh yeah, there is this. Oh, it's from years ago though." And he was like, "Oh, that's good. Yeah, we'll see about that." So nothing is ever wasted. I mean, as I say, Ramsey Campbell, who I've met a few times, and is a lovely guy, and is based here in Liverpool. Well, it's based over the water, but very close. And he says basically his method is he sits down, he has a notebook of what he's going to be working on. He's done all the research around it, and he just sits and starts writing. And he said he can get to the end of a book and go, "I haven't really included half of this stuff." So he just crosses off what he has included and says, "All right, well that's the next book then," and just starts again. He just uses the same well of information and of research, because obviously he's somebody who's built his own world, and he's writing within a certain a certain place and certain parameters and everything. So that's, that makes sense. But I just love that approach. I love the idea of not trying to go, oh no, I need to, I need to suddenly start doing this, or, kind of method writing. I love the idea of just going, all these are valid ideas. I won't be precious about any one of them. I'll try and use it, and then I'll move on to the next thing, and all of this will be useful. He says,
Right.
waving his hand at the vast pile of just crap that is in front of him. All of this will be useful.
What do you find is the biggest difference between writing prose and writing comics?
Well, writing comics, your writing doesn't really show, is the strange thing about comics, as I say, because you quite often you now, how do I say this without sounding like I'm complaining? Quite often you don't get credit for the clever things that you've done, because this is just going to sound snarky anyway. Quite often you don't get credit for the clever things that you've done because the artist gets credit for them, because the artist done an amazing job on it, which is fair enough. But quite often you get proper shit for things that you didn't do, the artist did, or the editor did, or the letterer or the colorer did. And whenever there are things people don't like about comics, they do tend to pick on the writers, and whenever there are things they do like, they tend to thank the artist for it. So, but your voice doesn't come through, because it's like writing, I suppose, like writing television in that respect. You're writing characters, you do captions and stuff, but there are people there saying the stuff. Whereas when you write prose, it's your voice, isn't it? You're there, kind of laid bare on the page. And I mean,
Right.
the way I tried
The
to address,
narration.
the way I tried to address that with the story that ended up in Cthulhu Lives was just to kind of go, all right, well, I'll just be me, and I'm not really me, because I'm a kind of Lovecraftian M.R. James version of me, because as much as there's it's this email conversation, it's a slightly more my prose is not exactly how I would normally write emails, to be fair, but it's because you've got to get into the atmosphere of the whole thing. And I think I tried to make it so I sounded more like myself at the start of it, and by the end of it, it was a bit more of a sort of Lovecraftian character. But hopefully that's quite a seamless thing, that people don't go, oh, this is a completely different person speaking now. But I tried to kind of lay it on thicker and thicker, so that it, by the end of it, you were thinking, oh, this is full on sort of weird tale stuff. So it's about getting past that the worry of kind of, well, for me anyway, because I'm somebody who doesn't write a lot of prose, the worry of just sounding like yourself. You've got to try and give the story a voice and give the characters a voice in prose. And in comics, it's more about, actually, a lot of the time, it's about getting the mechanics of the story right, so that things that need to be there. I mean, thinking of the home stories, because the home stories are the ultimate, the ones where that is absolutely paramount, is you have to have a certain thing on a certain page, so that later on somebody can say, oh right, well, there was that candlestick on the table, wasn't there? And because comics is the medium it is, in a film, if somebody said, oh, there was that candlestick on the table, very few people would rewind the film to check if there was a candlestick on the table. But in comics, they definitely will flip back 40 pages to check. So you have to make sure that all that is already laid out, and that is, the beauty of writing the mystery stuff. The fun of it is actually saying, look, that was there. You could have solved this mystery. And I think in comics, more than in prose, that is possible to do, because as much as I love all the Holmes stuff, I love the Conan Doyle stories, of course. Holmes kind of comes up with a load of stuff at the end that you had no way of knowing, because he's picked up on stuff that no normal person would notice. But if you do it in a comic, the things he's noticed have got to have been there. So you can kind of play along with the mystery better, I think, in comics than you can in prose. I mean, there's ways of doing that in prose, certainly, but Conan Doyle didn't do it. Conan Doyle totally, again, we're all just cheating, all us authors. We're all just find a way of making it work. And I think Conan Doyle sometimes, I mean, possibly he did it more when he was getting a bit fed up of Holmes, but would just kind of throw in these amazing explanations where you do think, well, there's no way any of us could have known that. But fair play to him. he did all right for himself.
He did. People bought into it. Actually, sometimes you can cheat as long as you don't make the reader feel cheated.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Tweeted me, are we having a few? Because I typed a tweet and it was all garbled because it's really hard for me to see what is appearing on the screen as I type. And I looked up at my tweet and it said something really nonsensical. So now I'm I'm on a hangout with the Reppian. With John Reppian. He's not even going to know what that means. I bet you he thinks it means we're like hanging out somewhere. We are. We're hanging out on Google Hangouts.
Yeah, we're hanging out in cyberspace. He says sounding like it's the 90s. Well, I tell you what, I think that it is coming up to 10 o'clock now, so I might have to call it a night, actually.
Okay.
But thank you so much for having me on, and thank you so much for doing such a wonderful job with all this, and hopefully anybody who hasn't been put off by me just talking rubbish for ages, even if they have been put off by me, I'll come back on unless you give some money. I'll get up in the middle of if the kids wake me up in the night, I'll just come down here with my eyes shut and just start talking rubbish unless you get this book funded. Unless you get all of these wonderful books funded, yeah.
Do you hear that, people? You're under threat of John Reppian talking in the middle of the night.
I'll bring one of the kids down with me. No, but thank you so much, and good luck with this marathon that you're doing, and hopefully I'll definitely be checking in on you. Maybe I'll pop back on if I find some time to. That'd be amazing. But please, everybody who is listening, please do go on the Kickstarter page and give a bit of money, because there's some amazing stuff on there, and it'd be brilliant to see all these books funded. And thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Thanks so much for coming on.
Cheers. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. Okay, I think I'm going to tell you about how we're doing now. We have gained a new backer, I believe. I look at it and I go, did it go up or did it go down? But I believe we have one new backer, and that person is it's a person whose name I'm not going to say because it's a one-name person, and I'm trying not to reveal people's identity in case they don't want to be revealed. So I don't want to give that away. But we do have one new backer, and that brings us up to, and we're very grateful to you. You know who you are. 6,088 pounds. We have 42 hours left. I think this is time for me to take a little bit of a break because I must powder my nose, almost literally. And Tim offered me some dinner a bit ago, but I haven't taken it because I've had guests on here talking to me. And I really need to scratch my face like a weasel because my nose is so itchy. It's really irritating. So I need to go scratch my face until it stops itching. And then I will be back. It'll be like 5 minutes. I'm probably going to come back with my dinner. And I'm going to put my dinner right here. How horrible. I'll probably put it on my lap and I hope I don't pour it all off on the floor. And then I'll come back and chat with you some more about whatever random thing I can think about, or if people are tweeting. Excellent chat with John Reppian, someone said. people are retweeting things. They're tweeting and retweeting because basically the people who I follow and who follow me on Twitter are pretty flipping awesome. I felt really a part of a community in the past few days. And thank you all very much. And now I'm going to go get some dinner and I'm going to come right back in a few minutes. I wish I had a sign to put here that said, be right back, but I don't. So I'll put this big die here. I'll put it on 6 because why not? And I will try to get more people to talk to me. And I will make you talk to me. I don't think I told you. I'm obviously delirious. What? Oh, look, Tim made me a sign. I can use my dice. Yay. Be right back. 6,097 pounds, 42 hours to go, 190 backers. We can do this. And now spaghetti.
if there's anything you need at any point, just yell.
Okay, I will.
Hello. And now we're going to watch Salome eat dinner. Tim made me some penne and meatballs. It looks excellent. Ping. People are pinging. We close on the end of our Kickstarter fundraising as we owe. Someone plus one did. So many responders. I can't actually see who they are, but I can see that there are quite a number of them. Richard Cadre, if you can hear me, if you want to, I'm going to send Richard Cadre a secret message. He's in California, I believe. Hello?
Hello. Did you know that once you invited me in, I could come back in whenever I wanted?
I did know that, but I wasn't expecting you because I thought you were at the dentist with your son, or the orthodontist.
I'm back from the dentist, and now I'm looking out at the window where two of the people living in the neighborhood have gotten like 10-foot poles and are making kung fu gestures at each other with them. This'll end well.
Uh-oh. I'm sending Richard Cadre a link. I don't know. I know he signed up to attend, but maybe just to watch. Oh, shoot. That was not the link. Here's a link, 189 backers. That is not the link.
What are you at? What's the cash level at?
It's 6,097 pounds.
Okay. So
I think that's pretty good.
So you just need 5,000 more.
We need 5,000 more, but if we can get up to, well, if we can get within 2,000 of the goal, I think I can contact a few friends and persuade them to give us a substantial pledge and try to get it really up there very close. But I need some leverage. Like I need to get them to do it, they will need to know that in doing it, they will get us there. Not like, oh, what if we do this and then you don't even make it? No, I'm not doing it. I need to persuade them that they're going to help it go over.
People
So
do
first,
know that you don't take any money unless you take all the money, right?
yeah, I'm sure you know that, right? We don't get anything unless we get it all. So, and some people have said to me, why did you make it for this much? Or why didn't you go on Indiegogo? Well, the thing is, for less than this, we would not be able to do all the things we've promised to do. So then we would have to find some way to live up to all the things we've promised without enough money. And that just didn't seem like a good idea to us. So
That's a questionable plan.
It is?
To make promises that you can't afford to keep?
Oh,
Yeah.
that is. I thought you meant that our decision not to do that was a questionable plan.
Now you're starting to get punchy already.
I was punchy when I started.
And a little but now you sound a little more gravelly. So
I have a cold, and I was worried I was going to lose my voice before, but so luckily.
you can
it's
just
just
carry it
getting-
all out in pantomime.
I'm going to lose my pantomime ability too. Okay, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get the link. Oh, it's right here. And he is actually in my circles.
So you're inviting him to be on this speaking and...
Well, I would let him in.
Okay. I don't know who this is.
Richard Cadre?
Richard Cadre. No, not ringing a bell.
Oh, man. He's the Sandman Slim novels.
Oh, okay. See, those I've heard of, but I'm bad with
Yes.
names. I got a question for you. Can your fans see me, or is it just you?
Should I be doing something to make them see you? I think they can
I
see
don't
you.
know. My guess is that most people, given a choice of who to look at, would not choose, the unshaven middle-aged man in the gray hoodie. But
Well, I can see you. Tim, can you see Greg? He said, where? Outside on the balcony. No, can you see him on the Hangout? He's wondering if only he sees you.
Okay. More's the pity.
He's staring at you right now.
Oh, good.
Well, thank you for making me not have to sit here all by myself. And
No problem.
I have my dinner that Tim so kindly made for me while I've been on here for a number of hours.
Oy.
And I'm going to try to eat some of it if I can.
What have you got? Tonight we are going to have elk bratwurst.
What? How did you get that?
There is an artisanal bratwurstery in Aurora, Illinois, a place called The Wurst Kitchen, Wurst. That has... Phone's ringing. Hold on. Hello. Hello? Sure, let me go get him.
Uh-oh.
It's an actual phone call from a person, but not for me. Hold on.
Do you get a lot of phone calls not from people? Oh, this is spicy and it's making my nose itch. As if it wasn't already itching. These are huge meatballs. I think we should have some code word now while Greg is not in here. And when I say the code word, you all will do a certain thing there. It will be like that movie. What is that movie? Slightly before my time, but what's the movie, Tim? Where people had the little cards and they threw things at the screen and they had little scratch and sniff cards and
What are you talking about? Polyester?
the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Ah.
I was trying to make a scenario. I was trying to make a scenario while you were gone where the audience watching would do a certain thing when a certain word was said. And then I was going to try to get you to say a certain word and then they would do the thing. We wouldn't know about it.
You may be overthinking this. The John Waters film Polyester was supposed to come with a scratch and sniff sheet so that, midway through the film, when the hero stepped in dog poop, you would be like, okay, now scratch and sniff number 3, and you'd go, ah. And later on, when the hero was huffing paint, it'd be like, scratch and sniff number 4. Oh, acetone.
And then you'd pass out.
Pretty much, yes. Oh, so anyway, while you chew, I'll describe the Verst Kitchen, because I rhapsodize about this place any chance I get. It's tucked away in this little residential neighborhood because it's in a storefront home that they've been in continuous operation for over 100 years, I think, in the same location, just making fine bratwursts and encased meats. And so they have this huge variety of sausages you can get. The Weisswurst is excellent. The bratwurst is good. The buffalo brats, pretty decent. But the ones I like the best, which they don't always have, are elk sausages. And, for that, you have to buy the elk meat from the hunters. And so apparently there's a season for elk sausage. And this year, last year they didn't get any, and I was heartbroken.
Aww.
And this year when I saw they had it, I'm like, okay, I'm buying as much as I can carry out of here. So tonight we've defrosted a pack of these and we're gonna grill them up.
So you just bought a lot and put them in your freezer.
Yep. Because it's good to have elk sausage for when you really need it. There's not much I'm sure of in this life, but one thing is that you don't want to run out of elk sausage. All right, so what did Tim make you?
He made me some pasta and meatballs penne with a spicy sauce.
Okay.
What kind of sauce is it, Tim?
It's a spicy bechamel with peas and carrot.
Spicy bechamel with peas and carrot.
Okay.
Because I can't eat tomatoes right now, so I have to have. He comes up with all these creative sauces. I have to be very careful about my electrolyte balance.
Oh, sounds like a bummer.
It is kind of a bummer, but Tim is an excellent cook.
I never had an opportunity to learn that about Tim. So
Yeah, he grew up in a pub.
that explains a lot.
Does it? Well, it explains why he's such a good cook.
Amidst other things. Ask him when I'm going to get all the writing he owes me for Unknown Armies.
Really?
As long as I'm here, I gotta get my nagging in. I'm gonna put on my editor hat.
He will do it. Tim, Greg wants to know about Unknown Armies.
Oh yeah, no worries.
He said no worries.
Okay.
Greg, let me turn around properly. Hold a second.
Oh, he's gonna come over here and
We've
shove
been
you out of the
watching
way.
Some sort of insane LP of one of the strangest games I've ever heard of, 1990s video disc thing called Mode, which is kind of like fashion mixed with drugs, mixed with cat drugs. Anyway, I've just finished an Einstein puzzle book, which is badly, and now anyway, it's next on my list, so you should have it middle next week.
I cannot hear much of what you're saying, except that you were watching a game that's about fashion and drugs.
Cat drugs. He said he just finished a book about Einstein. He just finished writing this Einstein puzzle book, and now, because he had an urgent deadline, and now Unknown Armies, he called it UA, is the next thing on his list, and you should have it by the middle of next week.
Okay then. Superb. I'm still looking for the link to this crazy live play he was watching, but
What link to what live play?
I don't know. Wasn't he saying something in the background there?
Oh, he's going to send it to you.
Okay. All right. Well, I will leave you for the time being. I'll check in probably, sometime tomorrow here in, Central Time. But yeah, keep getting those pledges in. And yeah,
I will try to get the pledges in.
have a delightful time staying awake. All right. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye. Have a delightful time staying awake. I am not to stay awake, just so you know. When it's all calm and it gets past midnight, because I have to get up again and do this some more, and because I need to have a voice, and because, as my mom so aptly pointed out, I do not want to fall asleep with my mouth open in front of the camera. I will eventually. I believe that this video, it would only let me set it up for 8 hours. So at 1 o'clock, it will stop recording. I see myself taking a nap at that point, because who is really going to be watching me? No one. Everyone is having their Friday night activities, and if their Friday night activities involve watching me talking for a really long time, something is probably wrong. Just saying. Okay, we are at 190 backers, 6,097 pounds. We have 42 hours left. Tomorrow, a lot of cool people are going to come on. I don't know when Richard Carter was thinking of coming on, or if he was thinking of actually being live with me, or if he was just going to sit back and watch me, which would be okay with me, I guess, because everyone else is doing it. But it would be nice to have him actually on, if he wants to. I'm really sorry about my nose. More for your sake than mine. I'm going to eat some more food now with my glasses off. Because I can. My hair is slippery. Hey, headphones. Do your job. You had one job. Stay on my head. This is very tasty. I'm glad I don't do cooking shows where I had to eat in front of people. I find I feel really paranoid about eating in front of people, because if you notice, my mouth is not very wide. So whenever I eat, I feel like the food has as much chance of going everywhere but in my mouth. Whenever I don't have hand-mouth coordination or something. So I'm always feel like I want to cover up my face when I'm eating so that people don't see how I'm not very neat. I especially hate to eat salad in front of people, because the way salad is made involves long pieces of greens, and when you put them in your mouth, at least when I put them in my mouth, they always stick out of my mouth, and then I spend like 3 minutes trying to make it go in my mouth, and I feel like an alien, basically. So please don't ever watch me eat salad. That is my request. No one ever made Wonder Woman eat salad in front of people. trying to do this quickly so that I can stop and talk some more, because that's what you want. But maybe right now you're off eating dinner and you're not watching me eat dinner. Or maybe you've decided you're going to stay up the entire time and watch me carefully to make sure that I never leave this spot. You will be disappointed. I don't have any sort of video loop set up that will pretend to be me out. When I can't do it anymore, I will just leave and come back later. Probably because I have to go to sleep. I will put a sign right there that says something. I don't know. Let's see what happens when we get there. The picture changes from moment to moment. So I'm like frozen in one spot, and then I look up again and I'm frozen in a different spot. Okay. That's enough of that for now. It's really tasty. Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was delicious. It's still delicious, but I can't eat it all because yay! 191. We have one more pledge. Woohoo! Oh, voice. By the end, I'll be waving this tiny flag. I don't know what I'll be doing. But I feel really good about this. I don't know why I do. It's a little crazy. 6,000 pounds is a long way from 11 pounds. But 6,117 pounds, what's good about that is it pushes us past the 111. So now there's literally less than 5,000 pounds left, and we'll be all the way there. I know, 5,000 pounds, it sounds like a lot. And it is a lot. It's a lot. I admit it. And we only have 42 hours. But anything can happen in 42 hours. I feel hopeful. I feel extremely hopeful. And now I'm going to tell you about some of our books that we're going to publish. Come hell or high water. Excuse me. I keep getting hiccups. I don't know why I'm getting hiccups. I think it's nerves. I'm sorry. So rude of my, whatever it is that gives you hiccups, my swallowing muscles. First of all, let's see who this person is who gave us some more pledge. Another person with only one name. You have one name on purpose, don't you? You know who you are. You and the other person right before you with your one names. Thank you very much. I mean, really, thank you. I'm trying not to cry every time I realize that people are contributing to this Kickstarter, because I'll get dehydrated by the end if I cry every time. But this is definite progress. 42 hours left. So I've been on here for 6 hours. I'm doing pretty well, aren't I? I still have things to say. I'm not slurring my speech too much. I'm not even drunk. I'm only drinking water. I had a diet orange soda. Everything is going to be fine. No comments on Twitter. So now I'm going to tell you about a couple of books. First of all, I'm going to tell you about a book called How to Bake a Man. This is our first our original things that we probably were going to publish were mostly genre, science fiction, and fantasy, although we opened it up to all sorts of books. It just happens that we like genre books, genre crossover books. But I started editing a lot of romance novels in my private editing practice. So romance, romantic suspense, and women's fiction. And I decided to put out a call for those because I'm getting quite skilled at editing them. And I thought I might be able to find some really good ones. And they tend to sell well. And, you know, although if our main goal was to make money, we probably wouldn't be doing this, and we wouldn't be doing it the way we're doing it. But having something that regularly sells well is a way to help us publish more books, not to publish a huge number of books, but to have some substantial funding that we get on our own without having to ask people to give us money. I don't like having to ask people to give us money. And I procrastinated doing the Kickstarter as long as I could because I don't want people to feel like this company is never going to sustain itself. It's going to probably take a while before it can really sustain itself. I've talked to a number of other publishers, small publishers, one in France, and they pay advances to their writers, and they've been in business for 10 years. France is like a different world in publishing. They don't really, ebooks are not a big thing there. And so they didn't at all start out that way, and they started way before the time of ebooks. They're mostly a sci-fi press. But now they've been doing it more than 10 years. When I talked to him, it was like 2 years ago. So they've been doing it for 12 years. In 10 years, he said, this year, I think we finally have some books that will make substantial money. And they have award-winning books at that press. It's just not that easy. It's very expensive to produce books. And very expensive to market them. In the case of this press, the regional French government gives them some money as an arts thing. So they don't have to be fully self-supporting. A lot of his labor is done by friends for little to no money. And he makes just about enough to sustain himself from the press. It may be doing better now. It's a good little press. And they publish quality stuff. So I look at that and I think, well, we've got 5 more years before we get to that level. But if we could put some more money into it, we might be able to get better books submitted to us. I see I have tweets. Oh, that might be a DM. DM, ooh. He said the link will come through. I will send him the link now. I will do it. Oh, damn it. I didn't come through because every time I try to send him the link, I go to paste it into the box. And what happens is I realize that I haven't copied the link, and I end up pasting there it is. End up pasting the number of backers and the amount of the Kickstarter. So he's going to come off. How awesome is that? First, I have to fix my hair, which is being oppressed by this headset. And I'll put this back down here so everyone can hear me. And hope I don't have peas all around my mouth. So I don't know if he is going to suddenly pop up. I better be on the page with him in case he does. I'm going to tell you about how to bake a man while I wait for Richard Kadri. I don't know if he's coming now. I don't know when he's coming. We didn't make a time. We will see. So women's fiction. It's our first foray into publishing a women's fiction novel. I put out a call for romance. I got this book, which is not actually a romance. If you want to be very precise about it, it's chick lit. A lot of people still like chick lit, even though it was declared dead at some point. Here is what I like about this book. First of all, the author is a professional writer. She's written and published 12 other novels with varying sizes of publishers, but some of them are quite large. And when I say she's professional, I mean, I got the edits to her. There was some technical glitch with the edits. And instead of saying, I cannot do this, she very calmly told me that something seemed wrong with the file. Could I please send it again? That didn't work. We went through a few iterations. She had a lot of trouble with it. She still did it. She did everything. She sent it back in an incredibly short amount of time. And not only did she do my edits, I had said to her, here are these things that I see, and I'm working out how we might be able to fix those. And she said, okay, well, I'm going to do a complete re-edit of it myself. I will go back through and revise myself. And then in like 2 days, she did the whole thing and she sent it back. And she had pretty much solved all the issues that I just casually said, well, I'm thinking about this. So I don't usually have to work at such a rate, because if we're publishing just a few books, you know, I don't need to be fast. But she had a lot of other things that she had to do. She got it done really quickly. And no looking back. So that was cool. The book is about a young woman who grew up in a single parent family. There are all these difficulties that she's had to deal with in her life, but probably because there was stuff over there that looked like it was chat, but it's not actually chat. It's just saying John Reppian came in, John Reppian left, Greg Stolze came in, Greg Stolze left. Yes, I know this. The book. She likes to bake. She chooses to drop out of grad school after basically one day and start a business for herself using her baking. She has to borrow some money to do it. And she is off. She gets started. She runs into all these. She has two parts of the thing, mostly dealing with people in the office that she starts. She like makes things and delivers them to an office for people. And she weaves all these lovely little scenes with various family members and people in the office. Some are funny, some are not scary, but intimidating. When she meets intimidating people, she makes us feel that feeling of intimidation. But it's cute. It's cute and light and easy. It's like an upbeat book with a happy ending. I don't think that's a spoiler. Some people don't like to read books that are downers. So I think it's good for people to know that it has a happy ending. I'm sorry about my nose. It's gone berserk, especially after eating spicy food. It's a book you can enjoy reading if you like such books. I'll be on when I finish. Okay. He's going to be on, so get ready for that. He will be on with me shortly. I feel like I need to look better. Take off my glasses. Richard Connor's coming. No, I look like Diana Prince. I'm just tweeting about it. It's a good book. It's a well-written book. It has so far been getting mostly good reviews. I think, in a way, I feel disappointed in the way reviews work right now because people are asked so often to write reviews that they start to feel like they have to write critical reviews. That's what I think is happening. I don't really know. So it seems to me that's a little bit unfair. I try to make sure that people who are going to read and review the book are not people necessarily that we went and found, but people who actually had some way of self-selecting the book so that there's a really good chance they'll like it. I think the worst thing that can happen is giving the book to someone who probably isn't going to like it or who has the wrong idea about what it is. I think you have to be very careful about how you define a book and what you want people to buy it, not just for the sake of buying it, but because it's a book that they will truly like. So you have to be very careful about what you say about it. Don't give people any misleading crap about what it is. This is a light, easy to read book. Yay, Dim Soul Depot. And I think somehow some people who maybe weren't the ideal readers for this book have gotten hold of it, because I've seen some reviews by people I have no idea who they are. I'm like, where did you even get this book? It's not even out until Tuesday. So these are the kinds of things that happen where, you know, I have to learn, Tim has to learn, we all have to learn what to do and what not to do. And it's becoming really clear to me. Doesn't take long till you understand that you do not want to just sell the book everywhere. Sell the book to people who are going to like it. That's what's fair to readers, and it's what's fair to writers, and it is what will keep you in business. So if you have one, make sure that there is an audience. Make sure you know what it is. Make sure that you specifically target those people who are in that audience. There may be more than one audience, and that's good for selling more books. Do not sell a women's fiction book to someone who likes to read about hunting and fishing, unless they like to read about women hunting and fishing, and that's what it's about. Do you see what I'm saying? That hunting and fishing person, I'm thinking about my dad. My dad, well, he does surprise me sometimes. He liked The Notebook, that Nicholas Spark movie. He tried to talk me into watching it. So he can like some sort of chick flick movies that he calls them women's movies. He sometimes does like those. People can like a lot of things. He has a soft spot. But typically, this isn't going to be a book that he would read, and I would never try to get him to read it. Maybe in that way, he will miss out on reading a book that he might like, but more likely, he would just laugh at me, and he wouldn't like the book, and he would say he wants to read books about trucks. I'm just saying, he has told me before, I don't want to listen to that. I want songs about trucks. I know you're not watching, Dad. Thank goodness. Anyway, target your audience. That is what we try to do. We will try to do that even better with a little bit more money that we can spend on advertising. Now I want to tell you, 42 hours, still 42 hours, still 192 backers. Is that still or now? Let's see. No, there's another person. J.N. Phillip. Hi, J. Oops, I wasn't going to read the whole name. I'm sorry. I hope you weren't trying to keep your identity a secret, and I hope you're not a spy in another country, because, most recent backer. He is a new backer, indeed. And thank you very much for your support. We love your support. We love all of you. I want to go down the list and read everyone's name and do the thumb dance, like as many times as names, because this is my only opportunity to do the thumb dance live on a Google Hangout, probably ever. I don't know why I keep getting the hiccups. Maybe my body is rebelling against me trying to do this. Richard Cadre, I'm sorry if I didn't write significant enough thing in there. It's a challenge for me to type and talk. And I can't properly see the thing. Okay, and now, so if you like chick lit or women's fiction, or you like cute romance that's not graphic, no real graphic sexual component, just warm and friendly, and some tension about whether things will go the way you want them to, or whether the main character will actually even realize what she wants. You should pick that book up. Jessica Barksdale England, or sometimes just Jessica Barksdale, she writes under both those names, is a good writer, and she's a writing teacher. She teaches for the UCLA. I mean, UCLA, man, that's kind of prestigious extension, and she is a professor of English at another school, and she's right now in the process of getting her Master of Fine Arts degree, in addition to all these other things she's doing and all these other things she's writing. So she's someone who you can follow, and if you like her writing, you can get more books by her. There are a lot of other books out there, including some that have been bestsellers in the past. Someone just sent me a message. Messages. I like getting messages. Oh, having a cold is annoying. Okay. And we're sorry. Firefox had a problem. Uh-oh.